Dear fellow youth leaders, Toastmasters, distinguished guests, and lovely children, a warm good evening to all of you. I, Aisha Piso, welcome you all to the last meeting number 8 of Peria Toastmaster Club, Youth Literacy Program 2022-23. Before we move forward, I would like to recite the mission of our club. The mission of Youth Literacy Program is to conduct the program based on the belief that every young person has the potential to become a good communicator and leader. But this potential needs to be developed. The program is uniquely designed to enable the young youth leaders to develop their potential through practical experience. In the Youth Leadership Program, we do not discuss matters related to sex, religion, and politics. Before we start this interesting session, I would like to request you to switch off your mobile phones or any other electronic gadgets, or put them in silent mode to avoid any distraction during the session. Now, it is my privilege to introduce the presiding officer of our today's meeting, a passionate youth leader, Krishna Pramod, from Andhra Pradesh, studying in class 8. His hobbies are reading, doing researches, playing football, and owning fighting. Please help me in welcoming our dear president of Peria Toastmaster Club, YLP 2022-23, DTM Shivadas Uncle, as the presiding officer of our today's meeting.
Thank you, Youth Leader Aisha, for that motivational words. Indeed, a lot for you. Youth leaders, Toastmasters, parents, and Toastmaster Murali Rao in particular. Good afternoon to one and all.
Good afternoon.
No power. Good afternoon. Yes, that is the spirit. So I welcome all of you the 8th meeting of Peria Toastmasters Club YLP 2022-23, ahead of our grand finale. All are okay? All are rejuvenated? All are ready for the final? I need little more energy. Yes. Yeah, that is the spirit. So, dear youth leader, today let me share a small motivational story. You all have heard about digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So, that was happened. 9 beat 8. Say that I am dominant one, I am the biggest one. Similarly, 9 beat 8, saying that 8 is biggest like that. Then 8 beat 7, 7 beat 6, 6 beat 5, 5 beat 4, 4 beat 3, and finally 3 beats 2. Then 2, again 2 beats 1. And after 1, there is no number, right? So 1, then 1, after 1, what is the number?
0.
So that means it is infinitive. So what 1 did you know?
Is
10. Yes, then?
110.
Yeah, so that become mighty, right? So, dear youth leaders, always help others whenever they need something from you, because maybe in your classroom, in your day-to-day life, there is some students, maybe they are not that much of enthusiastic or that much of talented like you, right? So, we need to extend our helps to them. This is the need of our all youth leaders. You should focus on that activity. And there is a saying that there is no exercise better for the heart than reaching down and lifting people up. When we give cheerfully and accept gratefully, everyone is blessed. You have to give today until you have done something for someone when you can never repay. What a motivational words, right? So please always extend our help to the needy, not to the mighty. Mighty people, they can do their own way at any cost of time. And having said, you all are aware about that our grand finale will be on next Friday. That will be all the things are parallelly working on. We already did our part very well and things are moving on. And all the arrangements we have made, only your activities, you should focus on your projects. Our YLP coordinator after this meeting, they will brief you who all are competing for international speech, who all are competing for the evaluation contest, who all are competing for table topics like that. Because we already verified those who are already completed their projects and we will verify today's performance also. So with that, I don't want to explain it more because we all are waiting for an amazing workshop from our Murali Rao. He is the last year 2022 divisional champion and he is the district 79 finalist also. In advance, let us give a big round of applause to our Murali Rao. Thank you, Toastmaster Murali, for your valuable time and your enthusiasm to give something to the society, something to the upcoming generation. Thank you so much. With that, let me introduce a passionate youth leader, a multi-talented person, and he has so many skills like a public speaking, evaluation, table topic. We all are witness. Please put your hands together to welcome Periyar YLP 2022-23 President, youth leader Krishna Pramod to the podium.
Good evening, one and all. So before I address you, I would like to invite leader Gilbert to lead the last meeting minutes.
My dear youth leaders and parents, a very warm good evening to you all. The minutes of YLP meeting 7 dated 13 January 2023 held at Kamaru Restaurant Juve are as follows. The meeting started at 4 p.m. and ended at 7:45 p.m. Youth leader Ryan Jafar called the meeting in order by conveying mission of youth leadership plan. Presiding officer Toastmaster Sivadas Uncle and YLP coordinator Manoj Uncle and youth leader Ryan Jafar and youth leader Aisha PCO welcomed youth leaders, assignees, Toastmasters and parents in 7th meeting of YLP program. Toastmaster Manoj Uncle conducted the workshop on clarity and eye contact. Youth leader of the day, youth leader Radin Mohammed introduced assignees and their roles to conduct the meeting and announced that evaluation session will be conducted by youth leaders themselves. Icebreakers, table topic session and evaluation speeches were delivered by the participants. The evaluators encouraged all the speakers and recommended areas for improvements. Youth leader Vasham Sendil Raja announced the results and certificates were presented to the winners. Youth leader Aina Anju and youth leader Aisha PCO secured first position in international speech and youth leader Radin Mohammed and youth leader Fadi Rahman secured first position in table topics. Upon invitation from Toastmaster Sivadas Uncle, parents also came on stage to appreciate the efforts of the organizers and to motivate all youth leaders for gaining maximum knowledge. YLP President Youth Leader Krishna Pramod adjourned the meeting till next meeting on Friday 20th Jan 2023. Thank you.
That was the good minutes. So good evening once more, fellow youth leaders, parents, and distinguished guests.
Good evening.
I am Krishna Pramod and I welcome you all to the 8th session of Periyar Youth Leadership Program. Before I address the youth leader of the day, let me share a short story of why you should take the risk rather than losing the lucid chance. Once, when I was in 7th grade, I joined Ask Entrance, which is an advanced increasing classes. And in the middle of the year, they put a big fat rock in my head. And in the second week of my joining, there was an exam. Of course, I had to give up, right? But I was not there half of the time. But I decided to take the risk rather than getting the emotional damage. I would get it even if I gave up. But still, I worked 5 whole minutes of studies every day. And on the exam day, I was shocked to see that the exam could have possibly been this easy. Maths was easy for me, I thought. But 2 hours submitting while praying to all the gods above, I finally got the results, which were 82 out of 90. Well, I guess all those marks went up in maths. Well, if we can learn anything from this, it is that we should take the risk rather than losing that sweet opportunity. Now, I would like to introduce our youth leader of the day, Sadaf Parveen, who will be introducing a diligent team of assignees who will carry the meeting forward in a smooth, seamless and lucid way. Over to you, youth leader Sadaf.
very good evening to you all. Dear fellow youth leaders, taking risks in life seems very scary because we face the unknown and many times we are afraid of failure. But believe me, there is no worse failure than not trying and being in our comfort zone. Let go of excuses when taking a new challenge. It can be easy to allow excuses or self-sabotage to stop you from moving forward. Identify which concerns are genuine and which ones are negative. Self-talk and work on eliminating them. They say, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. What's the worst case scenario that could happen if you took this chance? How likely is the worst case scenario going to happen? What could you do to prevent it? Having a mental plan can help you replace fear with constructive solutions. So you either take the risk or lose the chance. Thank you. With this note, I have a diligent team of assignees who will wisely guide us in building our today's meetings. I request you to hold your applause until all the assignees are introduced. To keenly observe today's proceedings, we have our General Evaluator, Youth Leader Fadi Rahman. I will introduce him later in the evaluation segment. May I request Youth Leader Fadi Rahman to acknowledge his presence and explain the role in brief.
My role as a general evaluator is to observe and evaluate everything from the beginning to the end of the meeting and to lead the constructive evaluation session when called upon to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, General Evaluator. To conduct the table topic segment, we have Table Topic Master Youth Leader Abid Ansar and Youth Leader Saad Saudas and Youth Leader Muhammad Shalin. I will introduce them at the table topic segments. May I request Youth Leader Abid Ansar, Youth Leader Saad Saudas and Youth Leader Muhammad Shalin to acknowledge their presence. Thank you, table topic masters. Word master and grammarian, I invite Youth Leader Rida Fasmin to explain the word of the day in brief and her role for the podium.
Dear fellow Toastmasters,
Dear fellow Toastmasters and distinguished guests, a pleasant evening to one and all. Today I have a dual role to play as your word master and grammarian. As your grammarian, I will carefully listen to your speeches and take note of the good and the bad usages of language. As your word master, to introduce a new word as the word of the day and explain the different uses of the word in the proper illustration to enable us to expand our vocabulary. At the end, I will present my report when called upon by our general evaluator. The word of today's meeting is lucid. It is already displayed on the walls and the agenda. The word lucid is an adjective, meaning expressed clearly or easy to understand. Synonym, intelligible, comprehensible, understandable, cogent and coherent. Antonyms, confusing and unclear. Now, let me give you some examples on the usage of this word. She gave a clear and lucid account of her plans for the company's future. Men of great learning are frequently unable to state lucidly what they know. You must write in a clear and lucid style. His explanation was lucid and to the point. I would request all the speakers and the assignees to just go ahead and enjoy using the word. Thank you and have a nice day.
My sincere gratitude to you, Leader Rida Fasmin, for selecting such a nice word. I request all the speakers and assignees to use this word to use it as much as possible. Thank you, Wordmaster and Grammarian. May I request Youth Leader Abdullah PCO to explain his role as a accountant.
My role as the accountant is to listen to all members and make note of sums used their global credit, of, art, etc. and report them when called upon to do so. to count the words used as unwanted pauses and filters during the speeches, such as and, you know, but, so, etc., and report them as pauses and filters. I will submit my report at the end of the educational session when called upon to do so.
Thank you, Youth Leader Abdullah. Youth Leader Krishna Pramod, can you please explain your role as a timer?
My role as a timer is to keep track of all the time for all the speeches and evaluation sessions. For prepared speeches, the time allotted for icebreaker speech is 4 to 5 minutes, and international speech is 5 to 7 minutes, with a grace period of 30 seconds is allowed on either side. For table topic speakers, the time allotted is 1 to 2 minutes, with a grace period of 30 seconds on the higher side. For prepared speech evaluators, the time allotted is 1 to 2 minutes, with a grace period of 30 seconds on the higher side. For table topic evaluators, the time allotted is 30 seconds for each speaker, and overall evaluation is 30 seconds. I will report the exact time taken by each participant at the end of each session when called upon to do so. Over to you, Youth Leader Sabha.
Thank you, Youth Leader Krishna Pramod. Youth Leader Gilbert, can you please explain your role as a vote counter?
My role as the vote counter is to distribute and to collect votes at the end of each session. I shall count the votes and declare the results at the end of the meeting when called upon to do so.
Thank you, Youth Leader Gilbert Titus. Joke Master Youth Leader Hayan Harris, can you please explain your role?
My role as a joke master is to relieve youth leaders from stress about presenting their speech.
Thank you, Youth Leader Hayan. Fellow youth leaders, please let us put our hands together to give a big round of applause to all our aspirants. Our meetings will have 4 segments to start with workshop session, prepared speech segment, table topics segment, followed by the evaluation segment. Now let's start our first segment with the workshop segment. Our first educational workshop is crafting an international speech. This is my privilege to introduce the presenter, a very passionate Toastmaster. He is the 2022 divisional champion for international speech contest and district 79 finalist. Please help me welcome Toastmaster Murali Rao to the podium, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. And thank you, Sada, for Youth Leader Sada, for introducing me. And today, we are going to talk about how to craft an international speech. So I'm going to give you a lot of knowledge. You think so? Oh, come on. I'm sure all of you know how to craft a speech, but let's get all the points together here, discuss, and then help each other to perform. When is your contest? Next week. So, is your speech ready? Yes. I think there is that guy. Okay. That's a lot of energy bundled together. So let's start to discuss, let's say, instead of telling that this is a workshop. But I want to hear more from you guys as we go on, as much as possible. Of course, we try to keep our discussion within the time that has been allocated, which is, I think, 30 minutes?
Yes.
30 minutes. So I'll be kicked out if we don't wind up before that. So let's start the session, today's workshop, on how to craft an international speech. First of all, let's break this. What's an international speech? Anybody? Yes, sir.
Speech which we talk about, like we deliver a speech, its time is 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, a speech which is 5 to 7 minutes. Anything else? Yes.
We are free to discuss about anything.
Yeah, it's any topic, right? That's what you mean. Okay, yes.
which gives a moral.
Which gives a call for action. Okay, so excellent. So I think all of this and a little bit of something. But what is it that we are trying to do in this 7 minutes? Bore everybody?
Entertain.
Yeah, exactly. Finally, an international speech is a performance, right? Who cares what you're going to speak? Yes, of course, a lot of people will. If you're trying to speak the wrong stuff, yes, they will pick on you. But if you make a simple point, which is resounds with everybody, and who was that? And entertaining, they will forgive you. Okay? So that's something which probably you should keep in your mind when you're preparing for an international speech. Okay, this quote is, of course, by one of the famous leaders, world leaders, Abraham Lincoln. And here he makes a very important point. He makes an important point about when he prepares a speech, what is he looking for? Or what is the points that he is trying to spend on? So here he says, when I get ready to talk to people, I spend 2/3 of the time thinking what the audience wants to hear and 1/3 of what he wants to say. The moral thing, the call for action, right? But most of the time you will be talking about what others want to hear. So today, what do you want to hear? Sorry? Okay, anything specific you want to hear?
About how our speech can be coherent and flowing response.
Okay, so you want to find out how the speech can be coherent. Yes, sir.
About entertaining stuff.
Oh, how to put a little bit of entertainment in there. Okay, that's what I am good at. So, we will get going with that stuff as well. So, as I go along, I'll try to stop or pause at a point when we talk about how to give a coherent speech and also add a little bit of call for action and how to weave in the entertainment, right? So first, whenever I'm writing a speech, most of the time, like I took on Toastmastering about 2 years ago. I'm not your typical Toastmaster. I can speak for hours together. But if you ask me to speak only for 7 minutes, that's not me. That's not me. I'll be like, oh, only 7 minutes? What am I going to do? Oh, she's still staring. Like, go to the next slide, she's thinking, right? Oh, but whenever you're making an international speech, that's what Toastmasters have helped me to do, which is make your point within a limited time period, which is 5 to 7 minutes. Make your point, make it entertaining, make your call for action, blah, 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 everything that you want to say just in 7 minutes before the timer is angry and he says, just get out. No, they are not going to do that. They are just going to keep the card politely read. It's like an angry sign. So, whenever you are doing such a stuff, it's very difficult, especially for a person like me and Kevin, right? I don't know what's his name, the bundle of... I know, it might be difficult for him as well. So, for me, it is difficult. So, how do you pick up a topic whenever you are making an international speech? A lot of times, the first time that I wrote a speech, I was like, okay, I was reading, right? When you're reading, you're forgetting that it's a performance. You have to make eye contact with everybody. But the only time you can make an eye contact with everybody is if you are sure about what you want to speak, right? Right? Yeah. So if you're sure about what you want to speak, you are not going to search for words. It will come to you automatically. But it needs a little bit of preparation. And what is that preparation? For an international speech, the first and foremost is the topic that you're going to take, right? And guess what? You're going to take a topic. Whenever you're going to select a topic, what is the, like for example, somebody was telling me that he was good at maths, right? So who was that? Okay, so you're good at maths. What are you not good at?
Everything else.
Oh, damn. Forgive me for the words, eh? But okay, he's good at maths, but not with everything else. I don't know what he's doing in Toastmasters because that calls for literature and language, right? So maybe he's trying to hone his skills, right? So whenever you're preparing for a speech, the first thing is you should remember it's a contest, right? Why do we compete? To win, exactly. You are competing to win. Of course, win against who? A better yourself, right? You want to better yourself. It's not like the other person is worse than you if you win the contest, but probably he had a bad day. He had the wrong food that day and that's why he could not deliver and you just got lucky. But believe me, if you are doing an international contest speech, you have to better yourself. And to better yourself, there are few points that you have to remember. The first is the speech topic. You should pick up a speech which you love. So if you talk about maths, great. See, I think when he came here, he was actually giving kind of a speech. I say kind of a speech because you were like, I don't know what you were doing.
I was reading.
You're reading, it's not performing, that's not an international speech. But the words came in flawlessly. You know, I could actually see him go through the whole process. Actually, it was you could actually make it a speech. So, first of all, you should pick up a topic which you love. It comes easy, right? You don't have to struggle. The second thing is, even if you love something, there are a lot of things we love, right? But we may not know about it. How many people know about climate change? Oh, one hand, two hand, and a lot of other guys think, I think I know, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So, we all want to talk about climate change, right? But suppose, if you are not knowing about the topic, then probably it's for another day. It's not for the contest, right? So, the point I'm trying to make is, first you should pick up a topic which you love. The second, you have to pick up a topic which you know about. Because when you are on the podium and when you're ready to speak, the butterflies are going to catch on. And then your mind is telling, oh, this is a competition, the other guy, he was speaking so well, what am I going to do? And you forget your words, right? So, but if you love a topic, and if you know the topic, even if you skip a word or a phrase, you're going to catch up. And guess what? Nobody will ever know. Right? Nobody will ever know. Because don't share your speech with anybody. So nobody can find a fault with you. Right? So, first is the topic you should love. The second is the topic you should know. And the third, and probably the most important, like what I told, who cares what you know and what you love? If I don't like it, if I'm going to spend time, 2 hours of my time here listening to all the speeches, you better make it something which I am going to like. Who is that I?
Audience.
The audience, right? So always keep a note about who is sitting in front. So whenever you're looking at the audience, you have to figure out, okay, what is their age group? What are their likes and dislikes? What are the topics they can relate, right? So if you do that, and if they can feel a reflection of themselves in you on the stage, you are a hit. Okay? So the 3 things, let's revise. Whenever you are crafting an international speech, the first thing you have to do is, you have to figure out which is the topic that you love. 1. Second, yes, and the third, yeah, the audience is going to resonate. So if your speeches are ready, right? I'm not telling go and rewrite your speech, but put in that speech things, whatever we are going to discuss, just to do a little brush up, right? A little brush up, because if your speech is going to be next week, I'm not going to change a lot. So first is the topic. This is my mind before I write any speech. You know, every night I'm thinking, oh, uncle has told me, they're told, prepare, have you prepared your speech? Have you prepared your speech? No. But I've got a lot of ideas, lot of things going in my mind, and it's like a mess, right? So it's all of this, and I'll tell you one thing, that even if you are the youth leader, even if I'm a Toastmaster, even if the DTM is going to prepare a speech, at the start of the speech, it is all like this, right? So we are all similar, right? Only we get better, but whenever you're going to pick up a topic, trust me, everybody's mind is like, you know, we have the pieces together, but it's not exactly there. I know which topics I want to speak, maybe this and that, or this instance and that instance, but I'm not sure. So it's going to be like that. The one thing I want to tell you is perfectly normal. It happens with everybody. It's happening to me also. I'm also preparing a speech. So you should wish me best of luck, right? Oh, come on. Okay. So, here, now, once you pick up a topic which you love, which you know, which the audience can resonate with, right? Then you are going to list down. So typically you will list down probably not many, maybe 3 or 4 things that comes to your mind, yeah? And then try to figure out or make that into a speech which is like 5 to 7 minutes. Like I told you, that's something which is a challenge for me even today. Just to speak for 5 to 7 minutes. Like Sadaf is telling me, this guy is talking too much. Right? Oh, okay. So what's a good speech? So first, like something which we take from the previous slide, is like what speakers say is as important and impactful as how they say it. In fact, the 2 youth leaders who came on the stage today, in fact, they were telling stories. They were giving a speech. But it was, I was listening attentively, and it was really a good one. And if you had eye contact, it would have been a lot more impactful. Everybody would have loved it, right? And I can tell you, by your writing skills, the way you guys are writing, I think that's beautiful. It's like a speech, right? You agree? DTM still does?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, it was. So, first thing is, what speakers say is as important and impactful as how they say. If I'm not going to say in a way that's going to resonate, if I'm going to will it be impactful? The message is lost. You lost an opportunity. And do you want to lose?
No.
The contest is for
Winners.
winning, not winners. Come on. We are all winners. Come on. I did not win last time. I just went to the last district level. But I'm also a winner. I don't get this. So the second one is understanding. Understandable, meaningful, and relatable to the listener. This is related to the third point which we are making, right? So it has to be something which the audience can resonate with, right? So that's something which you have to be very careful. So if you are listing 4 topics in your mind, try to make some bullet points. Just start writing, scribbling. And I'm sure that all of us do it. I do that, and I'm sure that you guys do it. So, but still, whenever you're doing a proofreading or you're trying to edit your speech, you have to do this litmus test. It should be understandable, meaningful, and relatable to the listener. Now, the structure. This is very, very fundamental, but guess what? A lot of people get carried away by what they want to say. But what Abraham Lincoln said, he spent 2/3 of his time thinking about what Audience wants to hear, right? So you should never take the audience out of your sight. The moment you do it, class, your speech is over and everybody is kind and they say, you made a very good attempt. Ah, that's big. So, you have to keep in mind the basic concept of a speech, especially when you're preparing for a contest, right? You have to be a better yourself, better than yesterday. So, the construction is the speech has to have a beginning, a middle, and an end, right? A beginning, a middle, and an end. So, whenever you're making a beginning, what do you do? How do you make a beginning? Quote or oh. Okay. You kind of give an overview, like how will you give? I'm going to speak about this. No.
Greeting.
Huh?
Greeting.
Oh God, don't spend a lot of time greeting people. Then your 2 minutes is already over and your speech is over. Huh? Just say very quickly, politely, but how do you build? How do you begin your speech? A quote is a good one.
Statement.
Mention the most intriguing part of your speech.
Mention the most intriguing part. Or somebody was coughing, right? Just now? Right, yeah, that guy, yeah. So, no, I'm just pulling you. But action, that is also something which you can do in the beginning of a speech. It is impactful. Like, so somebody comes here and he's going to make a speech or something which is going to be related to health and he starts coughing at the start. It's also beginning. So it doesn't have to necessarily be a quote. Yeah, I'm just giving you options. So whatever makes sense for you, whatever works for you, it works. There are no one way, but remember to make a beginning. Just don't jump into the speech, right? And then of course, you should greet the people very quickly. Don't take a lot of time because you have to still tell your speech. Then you have to go, once you begin your speech, once you start transitioning, you have to have a middle. What is the middle? The body of the speech. The most important part of the speech is in the middle because that's where you're narrating, you're leading people, leading where? To the end, right? To the conclusion. And what is typically a conclusion in the Toastmasters?
Wind up of everything.
Advice. Oh, I hate that word. Advice. Why will I take your advice?
Every speech I will give an advice.
Oh man. Okay, he is going to give us advice, great, but you better make it relatable to me. Huh? Okay, if it doesn't resonate to me, khalas, I'm not going to take it. Now, the word we use it is a call for action. A call for action, you have to end always a speech, kind of recapping whatever you mentioned. It could be like you were transitioning into the body of the speech. You made 3 points, right? Maybe 3 points, 4 points. Just try to wrap it up at the end. Just remind people what you were speaking and then call for action. So, which means that whenever you're going to give an international speech, you should have a beginning which can start with a quote, with an action, or blah blah blah, anything which works for you. Then you give your speech which can have a structure, proper body. When I say body, it could have different events or different stuff that you're going to do. And what is in between? When you're jumping from one to the other, what is it called? Transition. You have to transit properly. So whenever you make the body of the speech, need to have very good transitions. So if you are telling one event and you are going to another event, you make a sentence which changes the scene, right? So you have to make a transition, build the body, and when in the conclusion, recap all that you have been speaking and call for action. And your speech is ready, right? So you have to have this kind of structure. Any speech, whatever you're going to write, if it does not have these main ingredients, then there is something which is missing, and of course the speech evaluators are going to be extremely harsh on you right now. Toastmasters is not for that. It's for improvement, but they will definitely comment that, oh, the call for action was in a hurry, you did not recap well, and all of that stuff. So these technicalities you have to remember while you're crafting the speech. And it should contain at least one thread that runs throughout the talk. So whenever you're giving a speech, because 7 minutes sometimes can be a very long time, right? It can put people to sleep. It's like, oh, yeah, there is a joke here and a joke there which people like, but there are a lot of times where people drift, right? Our attention span drift, especially in class, right? When the teacher is speaking, how many times your mind is thinking like, Mama, what is it that is for lunch? The breakfast was bad. Oh, Nitin, he was very annoying today, right? I mean, those are the thoughts which come to your mind, right? Everybody experiences it. So remember that people's attention can be very, it flies, right? It gets distracted very quickly. So you have to bring them back. So how do you do it? You have to have a common thread. So whenever you are giving a speech, say a word or anything, you know, it could be a phrase or any action maybe, right? I like action. So now he's going to say, this uncle is very mean. He's telling me this about. So, but then I'm using his, you know, because these things are what makes us human, right? All of us do it, and that's what resonates with all of us. So have one thread running through it, whatever it is. Okay, the content is supreme whenever it comes to an international speech, because whenever you're going to give a speech, all of the people are going to keep these in mind, right? Everybody is trying to make an attempt to have a good beginning, a middle, and an end, and they are going to do all of that stuff. What makes it different, your story different, is you have to make it personal, right? You have to make it personal. So everything went over me when this youth leader spoke, except that, you know, it touched me when he talked about the marks he got. You know, it's very relatable. So, of course, it's a long time that I've been to school, a long time, but still, it is relatable. I can still feel those days when I would look forward to my marks, right? It's a very personal story. It's a story that he told, and that's what resonated with me. So the content, whenever you're going to speak about climate change, whether you're going to be speaking about love or peace or blah blah blah, anything, talk, make it personal, right? That's what people relate. Otherwise, it's like a piece of advice. Oh, do this, do this, do this. Who cares? I'm not going to listen to you. Unless they can see a bit of them in you, right? If they see a bit of them in you, the only way to do it is by narrating a personal story. So if you're going to tell a story and everybody can connect, you have cracked it, okay? So, whether it's a personal story or a quote, creates a connection and listeners respond to connect to content that is relatable of personal value, which they are going to value, right? So this is about the speech structure. Tips for some great speeches. The first thing you have to do is simplicity. Keep it simple. Don't take anything in an international speech which is a great piece of information. How many people watch Friends or have watched Friends? Yeah, 2 of them. So what does Ross do? He's a paleontologist, right? He talks about dinosaurs, and every time this guy speaks about dinosaurs, all his friends get, it's a great topic though, right? It talks about the history or you know how evolution happened on the earth. But nobody cares because they can't relate to it, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is keep it simple. Take topics which are simple. Don't use words which people can't understand. If at all, maybe you can use words in jest. But don't try to flaunt your vocabulary just because you know a couple of words. If you do that, then most of the time it sounds good, but nobody understood what you said. Kalas, right? So that will kill. So aim for simplicity. Second is make your introduction relevant to the rest of the topic. So the first thing you have to do is whatever topic you are going to make. So can I listen to one introduction for a speech? Anyone? Maybe I want somebody to tell me if it is not a secret, right? So is it a secret? The first time they are going to give the speech? Oh, I'm not going to. Okay, I'm not going to take away your thunder, but maybe I can give you an example. So, when I was thinking about writing a speech, and the topic was like, okay, let me say, it's about stories, okay? Once upon a time in Andalusia, right? So that's the speech. And basically the point I'm trying to make in the speech is that a little bit of love helps everybody, right? And, if people, especially when you're a child, you need that kind of understanding so that you can explore the world. So I was trying to look for quotes, and a lot of times my secret, I will say, I just put in Google, I'll go to Google, put the word or the phrase, right? Everybody is laughing. I'm sure all of you do. So what I do is I just pick up a quote. Like for example, here it was a story about somebody who is fearful, who's scared. Okay, then a little bit of love helps him, and he's back again in the game. So let me give you an introduction, just a sample of it. Don't give in to your fears, because if you do, then you will not be able to explore the world. Oh, no, I forgot it now. Don't give in to your fears, because if you do, you won't be able to listen to your heart. So, life opens its doors to those who are willing to explore, learn from their mistakes, filling it with stories of hope, joy, and love. Right? So basically, when you start a speech, I winded up my entire speech in the start itself. I've given clues that I'm going to talk about fear, hope, joy, love, all of them. So make it relevant, because the audience is going to remember that first phrase which you make, and the body and the conclusion, and see, oh, was he still connected with the same thing, right? So make sure that you do it. The introduction has to be relevant to the speech. Rely on your own voice and wisdom. A lot of times, there can be a lot of perspective. So whenever you're going to give a speech, there will always be a perspective, right? Your thought, your opinion, right? But still, whenever you're telling a speech, you have to rely on that little voice inside of you. Because if you go in Google and you try to find out what's the right thing, there are 100 right things, and they are all contradicting themselves. Right? They are all contradicting themselves. So you have to listen to your own voice and wisdom. Include something personal. So I am repeating this over and over again. The reason is because I cannot emphasize it less. Because if you are not going to make it personal, people are going to think that you are, he can talk all this crap because he's not gone through all of it, right? If you don't go through it, you have no authority to speak on such a topic, right? So you have to relate to yourself, make it personal, and then people can connect. Relate the conclusion back to the introduction. So this is something which is very, very basic. Some additional tips. The words. Okay, by the way, how much time I have already consumed?
Roughly 30 minutes.
I've already completed 30 minutes. So this is a bad speech. And the timer has told that Kalas, you, even though that's a great speech, but you are disqualified, right? So, yeah, by the way, I did not write the speech. I'm just going impromptu. So I'm going to wind up this session as quickly as I can. But remember, in a contest, there is no pardon, right? So you have to manage your words. The way you do is typically a human being can speak comfortably 120 words per minute. Yeah? And if you're not comfortable with 120 words, make it 100, make it 75, whatever works for you. Try to use the time available, but don't go overboard. So, and then avoid using unrelatable words. A simple and lucid style always works, right? Make it very, very relatable, make it simple, make it free-flowing, and write a speech the way you would be comfortable delivering it. So if you're reading probably your speech, there are only two options why you're reading it. One, which is the first one? Why would you? Unprepared. Yeah. I don't think any of you are scared. So I'm sure that you will give a run for my money if I was to compete against you. But one thing, if you are unprepared, definitely it will not work. So to be prepared, you have to be comfortable delivering it on your own. So if you prepared, you are comfortable and you will deliver, right? If you're not prepared, this is not going to happen. So you will do stuff which will take away from the body of your speech. A good speech is like a pencil. It has to have a point. Yeah. Anything has to have a point. Why I'm here today? Help you craft an international speech. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it, but I'm trying my best to get across, because all of that I'm speaking today is something which definitely happens to me every time I'm writing a speech. But remember that whenever you're making a speech or anything, you have to have a point what you are trying to do. And then adding style to substance. So whenever you're writing a speech, because it's not all about reading. So the first thing is, remember that you are writing a speech to be said and not to be read. So I would call on all the youth leaders, the next time you're on the podium, what are you going to do?
Say.
Yeah, say it, don't read it, please. We want to hear, we want to see all the flaws, all the mistakes. Maybe we'll laugh at you. What's wrong? Suppose if we laugh at you, you're going to be hurt? Sometimes, yes, but most of the time, all of these experiences create stories. Remember, they're all stories. If nobody is going to react to you, probably it's not worth it, right? So, the next time I want you to say a speech, don't read it, yeah? And the ultimate test of any speech is how it sounds out loud. Be sure to test that flow aloud. So what do you do whenever you have a speech ready and preparing for the contest? Can anybody tell me what they do at home?
Speak in front of the mirror.
Speak in front of the mirror. Yeah, the poor mirror, it can't respond. Okay. Yeah, that's a good thing. What else?
Record yourself.
Yeah?
Record yourself.
Record yourself and watch yourself, because you are going to like yourself anyways. What else?
Record in front of friends.
Yeah, and the friends are going to have fun with you, right? They can be your biggest critics, and that helps, right? So make sure that you say it aloud in front of people, sometimes in front of the mirror if you want to fine-tune yourself, that's not a problem. But you have to gauge the clarity and authenticity and naturalness. If you don't do that, it's a great speech in your mind. But when you're going out and speaking, everybody's thinking like, what is this guy trying to do? So, try to do that. And here, populate your stories with flesh and blood characters that other people can relate to, right? So if I say I walked into the boss's office and told him that I need a raise, it's like reading. Even if I'm going to say like this, it's like reading. But here is another way. If I say I walked into the boss's office and said, I need a raise. So that's like, you are telling it like a dialogue. It's putting flesh and blood into the whole speech structure. And of course, you can use your energy, passion, and emotion effectively to improvise on the impact of the speech. So make sure that it's not all about words. It's all about, at the end, there will always be two people who are almost very close to each other. The only thing that's going to differentiate you and the other person is the energy, the passion, and the emotion. If you can do that, and all of the things which I told before, boom, you are going to have a great speech. Of course, these are some additional stuff which I put. First impressions matter. So, the way you're going to do it, it's part of the speech. Because remember, a speech is a performance. It's a performance. Use and practice the right pronunciations, establish eye contact, use voice modulations, use silence and pauses. For me, that's very difficult. I can't keep up. But then you can. You don't have to be me, you can be better. So use pauses. It helps. And it's as much as about how you say and not just what you say, right? And last but not the least, be yourself, feel comfortable, and the vibe surely rubs off. Practice, practice, and practice, and you will get your speech together. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Murali Rao sir, for such a lucid workshop. I would like to announce the break for 10 minutes. I would like to call upon ETM Shivdas sir and Manoj Ankuji.
Toastmaster Murali, your useful explanation about this workshop was very useful not only to our youth leaders but also all of us. And thank you so much. Toastmaster Murali, I have one question to you. Because you have an amazing journey for this 2022 from club level, area level, division level, and district level. What was your thought prior to the speech when you move on to the final? And after that, what was your thoughts after completing the speech? Just for our...
Okay.
You come to the stage, please.
Yeah, I think I can tell you one thing. I was extremely nervous. But the first time when I gave the speech in my club, that time I was not, because who cares? I mean, even if I don't win, khalas, I'm not going to practice, right? So there was a silver lining. So I was like, I just gave the speech, but the speech was written in the format that I told you. It really, that's something which I wanted to tell people. Whether it makes me win the speech or not is a different topic, right? So I just enjoyed my speech, but my bad luck, it went through. I won it, and then I kept on doing it. In fact, I was jumping different countries during that time because it was COVID time, and I think one speech I gave in Saudi, another speech I gave in India, another speech I gave in Nepal. And you can tell me that, it was a mess all of that time. And one time I gave it in my younger sister's place, and then my elder sister's place, and one in my home where I lost. Oh, no. But the thing which I wanted to say is that the thing before my speech, I was extremely nervous because as you climb up, as you go on winning, it starts becoming a habit, and you have to remind yourself that we are all human, right? There are also people out there who can be better than you. So once you have that humility, then you take it in your stride. So before my speech, I was all nervous, and but I wanted to tell my story because that story was very personal for me. It's not about me winning, but I wanted people to hear about my friend. Okay, it was a speech about my friend, and definitely I wanted him to be alive. He passed away, a very close friend of mine. So something which makes struggle, I'm struggling still to talk about it now. But that is something which is going to be there. You're going to be emotional, you're going to be nervous, but that's what it is. But whenever I gave the speech out, most of the time, at the end of my speech, I would feel relaxed not because it was a great delivery, because I could tell people what I wanted to say. That's really what was my focus all the time. It was not about winning. It's never going to be about winning, because the only person I'm competing with is myself, right? I'm trying to better myself, that's all. Somebody else may be far ahead of me, right? So it's totally unfair. But that's there. Of course, the lot of times that I did clear the levels, it was a mixture of surprise, happiness and gratefulness, because people connected with my story. That was there. And finally, I think the last one which I did not get through, that one was again a mixed bag, because I think I almost went very close, but it was like I'm trying to express that I was happy when the whole room was very hot, and it showed on my face probably during the delivery of the speech. But all things apart, I enjoyed the journey. It is all about trying to show the real you to the others. The moment I can do that, it makes me free. Correct? So it makes me free for who I am. It does not matter whether I can win a contest or not. I win anyways, right?
Always say thank you so much, Murali Rao. I always say be yourself. That is more important, and experience makes all of us perfect. Thank you. Let me call upon the small kids. Come on, be there, Murali. Kevin, come. All the small kids, come. We are doing something different. Okay. Then come. Fast. These all are our upcoming youth leaders. Upcoming youth leaders. So, give this small token of appreciation to this uncle. And all of us together, please.
Give it to uncle.
Okay. We always do something differently.
Yeah, absolutely, brilliant. I mean, we have to control this guy. No, he has to be, channelized. Yeah. Thank you.
I would like to announce the break for 5 minutes.
What matters you the most? Have you ever thought of it? Respected Toastmasters, fellow youth leaders, and our parents. A very warm good evening to all of you. When you look into or pass by a mirror, what is the first thing you do? If you are like most people, your first response is to criticize the image reflecting back to you. There's a huge, full-length mirror in an elevator lobby in my building that compels anyone who's waiting for the elevators to catch a glimpse of themselves. I always find it interesting to hear what people say, like, oh, I really look tired today, my hair looks terrible today, and oh, I'm really gaining weight, are some of the most common things I hear. I don't think I have ever heard someone say positive about their own reflection. Of course, it is rather uncomfortable to say that you look wonderful in a public place. So, the question is, why do we all think it is alright to say something negative about ourselves in a public place? Most of us have been socially conditioned to worry about how other people think of us. While there is nothing wrong with trying to emulate the qualities we admire in others, we do ourselves a great deal of harm by judging and criticizing ourselves when we think we are not measuring up to our perceptions of other people's expectations. Chronic self-criticism produces guilt and shame is an emotion that continues to carry on a negative self-image. So, where does the self-image originate? Beginning early in our childhoods, we are mainly programmed with beliefs which have been influenced by years of social conditioning, religious doctrines, teaching institutions, family structure, and customs. When we were young children, we did not have the mental capabilities to screen what was our personal truth and what was someone else. So, we unconditionally accepted the perceptions of our parents and people around us as absolute truth. If a parent scolded us by saying that we are bad, or a teacher in kindergarten told us we were not right, we accepted these statements as gospel because we needed to look to others for our survival when we were young children. We tend to adapt our thinkings and behavior to gain acceptance and approval from others. If you have been positively programmed, chances are that you have developed the habit of self-esteem by focusing on your strengths. If you had been criticized as you were growing up, you may have developed the habit of looking for your shortcomings. You can spend your whole life by living backward, by blaming the people who passed on their fear-based beliefs. Or you can move into the present time by living your own life according to your own authentic values. If we truly want to heal at a soul level, we need to transform the foundation of all our beliefs from fear to love, beginning with ourselves. The next time you look into a mirror, look at your own eyes and tell yourself what you most need to hear. I come deeply and completely love and accept myself. If you are at home, say it out loud. If you are in public, think it yourself. You cannot say it or hear it too often because the most basic human need we all have is to be loved and accepted. If this is a message we want to hear from others, it is a message we need to first tell ourselves. This practice will help you to develop the habit of focusing on your light and inner beauty because it is based on the unconditional love of spirit. Now let me show you a picture. Now what can you see in this picture? As you can see, that's a cat who's looking at a mirror. But what is its reflection?
Lion.
Yes, a lion is its reflection. Now what does this mean? Let me explain. What you think of yourself is more important than what others think of you. Yes, you need to be proud to be you and to think yourself as amazing, talented, and great. Do not worry about how other people think of you. If you think you're smart and doing well, that is probably what other people think of you. If not, no worries. Let me conclude by saying that the thing that matters to you the most is be yourself. Believe in yourself. Your opinion of yourself may not be the same as others, but that does not matter. You're still very, very special. That's it. On to the violin.
Our second speaker is Youth Leader Aban Mohammed Ashfaq. Please help me welcome him to the podium.
Evaluator name was written. Atika Maria.
This evaluator is Youth Leader Atika Mariam. My best friend. Youth Leader Aban Mohammed Ashfaq, my best friend.
Am I audible?
By the Toastmasters, dear parents, and my dear friends. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good friends are like stars, but you don't always see them, but you know they are always there for you. A good friend who always supports you and helps you when you are a good friend who always supports you when you need to, when you have trouble. A good friend who always there for you when you need to cry. The mark of true friendship is respect. Okay, I will ask you guys something about friends. How many of you have good friends? Just raise your hand. Okay. Well, I have two best friends. The names are Sadiq and Shijat. Our first meeting was a little bit weird. In Hyderabad, India, I was going down the street. I saw a boy riding his bicycle. He saw me, then he came to me and asked me, "Bhaiya, aap kahan rehte hain?" I felt a little odd that he called me Bhaiya. Anyhow, I showed him my house, which was nearby. Then I saw his big brother Sadiq. Then I met him also and showed my home, which was nearby. So, gradually, we started meeting every day. Every day. Every day, then we started meeting every day. Me and my brother Affan and my friend Sadiq and Shijat became very popular in our locality. People talked about our lucid friendship. After a month later, COVID came, which was a very sad moment for me because I started seeing them for a long time. After 9 months had passed by, I was cleaning my room. I heard a honk outside. My uncle said, "Let me see who's outside." He went outside and came to my room and said, "Your friend is waiting for you." I was so excited that my friend came after a long time. I went outside and hugged him and we talked and talked. My friend Shijat is a very funny guy. One night, me and my Affan and my friends studying together. There was a knock at the door. There's a knock. My friend Shijat went to see who was at the door. He went to the door. Actually, somebody knocked and ran away. He went to the door and opened the door, and he was standing like this, like 1 or 2 minutes. We asked Shijat, "What happened, Shijat? What's wrong?" And he replied, "Abban Affan, there was a housefly standing like this." And we laughed and laughed and thought about how could a housefly knock at the door. For me, a friend, rare people who ask them to wait for the answer. A friend who always listen to me in my heart and sing it to me when my memory fades. To conclude, I would like to say truly great friends are hard to find, difficult to leave, impossible to forget. Over to you, Yosef.
Our third speaker is youth leader Ahlan Zahra. Her evaluator is Harish Ankar. Please help me welcome youth leader Ahlan Zahra to the podium. It's not about what you look at, it's about what you see. Youth leader Ahlan Zahra.
It was a cloudy Thursday morning, and I sat down on a table with my mother. The aroma of the biryani she made was delicious. We sat down. She asked me, "Ahlam, how was your day?" And I was ready to complain. I had a whole list ready. And I said, "What will I tell you, Mama? I have an exam coming. My assignments are incomplete. I don't know what to wear to my picnic. my friends aren't talking to me, and in the middle, she cut me off and said, "Look at you, drama queen." Distinguished Toastmasters, my fellow youth leaders, and everyone who loves biryani, I wish you all a very good evening.
Good evening.
Then she continued to say, "You don't have big problems. Put it into perspective. Do you know how many children, how many people across the globe struggle for the facilities that you have right now with no effort? You have a whole plate of biryani that people really wish for. Do you know all across somewhere in the globe right now, there are children sitting in a refugee camp who don't have education, who don't have the access to education, and you are here complaining about too much syllabus?" This was not the Thursday morning I definitely expected. She continued by saying, "What you have today, you should be grateful for it. You have these facilities, but some people don't." And while I asked her, like, why does that? Why are you telling me this in the morning? And she said, "No, you're complaining about the wrong thing. These problems may seem really big to you, but they are a blessing for someone else." She told me that somewhere, again, she went back to the refugee camp. She said, "Children, you are complaining about having your exams early, you're complaining about this, that, but they don't have that facility either." And I'm listening there, I'm trying to scoop out another plate of biryani for me, but the biryani was cold. She spoke for a long time. And then my appetite was gone too. She made me feel terrible, but complaining about my friends and about this and that, while there are people with bigger problems in this world. I asked her, "Mama, how do these people stay happy then? Their life must be really sorrow. How do these people stay optimistic about their life?" She laughed and said, "Because they're at least grateful for what they have today. People at refugee camps, they barely know what the next day will lead them to. They barely know if they'll have the next meal. And they're grateful for what they have. They're grateful to be alive, to be rescued from the places they are taken from. It's about what you look at, it's not about what you see." And then my mom went back to the kitchen and the biryani was cold. She went to reheat it. But I was really deep in thought. I was thinking, how can I just be so stressed out about something that is so little to someone else? I am here complaining about too much syllabus when for someone else it is an opportunity to gain knowledge. I can see it as an opportunity to fix my time management as I haven't completed my assignments, and I can change the perspective and think about it in a positive way. And then I walked to my room, I opened the laptop and I started researching about these people, how they kind of live their lives. And I was too stunned to speak. What I saw was a picture of a plastic shed held by two wooden planks. And that's what they call their home. They have really less facilities to live in, yet they are so grateful. And I thought to myself that what I'm complaining about, again, I'm emphasizing this because what I'm complaining about them is really a blessing for them. And then through the internet, I was looking for more information. I saw this picture of this like a group of children smiling, and I thought to myself, how can people be happy in these circumstances? How can people look forward? Because for me, with 3 due assignments, I just lose when I sit down, like, oh, what will happen now? So that what happened, and then I was like, how do these people like continue? And I came across this article again, which said like an interview was asking them about how they don't lose hope, and the people they replied that we are grateful for what we have. They said we are grateful for what we have, and it's better to focus on the things you're blessed with than to focus on what you don't. And I remember thinking to myself how the problems are really drastically different. They are suffering, they're fighting for their shelter, and I'm fighting for my 3 assignments. But what can I connect through? How can I relate to them? and it is perspective, it is their viewpoint. We all might have really drastically different problems, but what remains the same is the way we look at it. I can look at my pending assignments as tasks to complete, and the problem remains the same. Sometimes it may not even be a problem. It will be the way you think about it, the way you look at it. And that's the main key. And what I think to myself is perspective is the key. If you look at something and it seems like a problem to you, okay, for example, for us, public speaking is a really big issue. Like for us, the first session, we're like, what could we do on the stage? How long do I have to speak? But we can change the perspective. Put it in, and because it's not about what you look at, but how you see it. You see beyond the box you have created for yourself. You look at it, oh, I am getting a new opportunity to learn, to grow, to push myself. The situation remains the same, your perspective changes. And that's why I started my day with eating biryani, and I ended up learning the most powerful lesson of my life. What is that all of us, we may face trials and problems big and small, but we can still go through it, change our perspective, because at the end, it's about how you look at it, not about what you think it is.
Please help me welcome our fourth speaker of the day, Educator Afan Mohammed Ashfaq. His evaluator is Sabar Shamim. My journey. Youth leader Afan Mohammed Ashfaq. My journey.
The famous book, Brothers of the Tribe, author in the famous book, Brothers of the Tribe, author Edward Ogilvy. Wilderness is not a luxury, but a necessity of the human. Wilderness is not a luxury but a necessity of the human being. Toastmasters, youth leaders, esteemed guests, and dear parents. Good evening to all of you. The topic I am going to speak today is journey. As human beings, we have an innate need to explore, to see what's around. Travel makes one modest. You will see and understand what a tiny place you occupy in the world. Traveling is one of the best hobbies that one can have. Traveling offers an opportunity for adventure. It satisfies one's sense of duty and gives one feeling of power over the things around us. It also helps him want to see someone else's point of view. It opens up many new worlds to the traveler. I love traveling a lot. It was my hobby from very young age. And I like to go to different places and meet different people. My favorite place to visit is Deccan Park. Do you know where it is? It is in Hyderabad, India. Famous near Qutub Shahi tombs. When we students planned to visit Deccan Park, I was really excited since I was going to a park for the first time with my friends. In fact, me and my friends planned it to have best time of our lives. At the Deccan Park, on reaching the park, we bought tickets for everyone and entered the park. The only thing that stuck in my mind is that upon having the first fruit of the park. It was lucid decision to visit. I was well warned by seeing its beauty. Deccan Park is a huge park of about 41 acres of land. It is full of greenery, people can relax and comfortable here. Its marvelous beauty catches the attention of anyone. And biggest advantage of this place is that you can visit it any time of the day. Many people come here early morning for walking and jogging. Many others come for relaxed mind. We had great time together, laughed, enjoyed, and had lunch together. We enjoyed a lot. By evening, we all went back to our home, making beautiful memories for rest of our lives. To conclude, I would like to say that the world is made of beautiful things, isn't it?
Yes.
Of course, is that it is our duty to make our positive. So I urge all of you to travel. And expedite different places whenever you get a chance to travel. Let's travel and travel. And all, see to all beauty in the world. Thanks for all kind attention. Over to you, Siddharth.
Our fifth speaker is Youth Innovation Mr. Raja. Please help me welcome him to the podium.
Evaluator.
reach out.
Dear presiding officer, to the youth leader, Toastmaster, and distinguished guests, a very fabulous good evening to you all. Please don't cry. Life is like a roller coaster ride with several ups and downs, good or bad incidents, happy or sad places. Do everything that happens brings some kind of lesson or guidance for us. Learning from bad experience and showing gratitude in happy times is important. Verily, it depends on you, how you take the situation and make it work despite difficulties and hardship. Every individual goes through such incident that either break them or make them a better or stronger version of themselves. I belong to a family that has quite stable finances. I did have every facilities and access to every privilege that a child would wish in his life. When I was second standard, I was very different person. Once I went to India, we got new neighbors. They had 2 children, Rohit and Ravi. I made friendship with them. We used to eat together and play out happily. Just in front of our house, a construction was going on. One day, while we were playing, we met a boy. He was the son of the mason who was working on the construction job. His name is Winky. He wanted to play with us, but seeing his dirty clothes, we never allowed him. Taunted about his dirty clothes. Moreover, we never go near him. This made him to cry a lot, but I didn't feel sorry for him. This another day, I met him at a shopping center of cheap thrift store. I again made fun of him that you are wearing someone else's dress. And again he cried and asked, "Why you are crying always?" I said this only. This situation was continued for days. Sometimes I used to brag in front of him, showing I have a nice watch. This made him to feel bad. That time my tone was really bad. My mother watched this all and she scolded me in front of him, saying that, "Are you stupid? We are saying anything, just literally saying." She thought to teach a lesson to me. I was not allowed to spend my time on entertainment or luxury activities. Next year, I was not allowed to eat my food I used to eat. I was not allowed, she didn't took me to go out also. I was not allowed to play out with my friends. One day, while crossing the road, I didn't see the bike. It hit me and I got hurt. And Vicky came, he rushed to take me. He took me to his house. His parents cleaned the wound of mine. I was astonished. I treat him bad, but he is being nice to me. I apologized to him that I will never treat you bad. And he said, "You are my friend. I never think that you have done a bad thing to me." And we became friends. My mother was delighted with my change. This incident made me to realize I was What's wrong?
Hence, this was a big lesson in the event. It taught me that I need to be tolerant. In YLP, we have witnessed this noble act. Last time I stumbled, none of you laughed at me. Thanks a lot. And now I'm able to deliver my speech because of you. All are equal in this world. All are equal in this world. No one is poor or rich. One who is with humanity and love. It is rightly said, reach out and help others. If we have the power to make someone happy, do it. Be a vessel, be the change, be the difference, or be the inspiration. Shine your light as an example. The world needs more of that. Over to you.
Our sixth speaker is youth leader Rida Amara. Each type is 1, 2, 3 jump. Youth leader Rida Amara, 1, 2, 3 jump.
One, two, three, jump. Oh my god, no. I can't do it. Oh my god, I can't jump into the pool. Let me try again. One, two, three, jump. No. I can't. I don't have the courage to. Respected youth leader of the day, distinguished Toastmasters, parents, and my dear fellow youth leaders. Whenever my dad asked me to do any challenging tasks, I would start shaking and shivering. My only reply would be, no, Papa, no. I can't. I literally don't have the courage to. This attitude developed in me when my classmates made fun of me, mocked me, because of my awful performance in the school speech contest. After that, they repeatedly said, you are not capable. And those words echoed around me whenever I had to face any challenges. I was so stressed and tense to accept the fact that I was not capable, not as talented as others. I didn't have the courage to take up any challenges in life. With those negative feelings, I lost the real me somewhere far, far away. When I tried to discover myself, when I tried to find myself, I discovered that I was imprisoned by huge walls of fear, nervousness, hesitation, and lack of confidence. Now, my destiny, my future, my capabilities were being defined by other people who always put me down. I couldn't find the light of hope anywhere. But every dark night has a brighter morning. And my brighter morning was when I met one of my friend's cousin, Zara. She is a physically challenged girl. Her right leg never moved, as she is a victim of polio. But Zara had a strong desire to swim. But she was equally scared of jumping into the water, as everyone around her discouraged her. She was considered as the most incapable person to swim. She is physically handicapped, but mentally, she's a very strong person. But now, Zara can't swim, right? She can't swim because her right leg, that's what everyone else said, right? Because her right leg never moved.
But unlike me, she never let other people define her capabilities. She never let other people define her capabilities. Finally, her inner strength and confidence gave her the courage to jump into the pool. She became a good swimmer only in 2 months. Her trust in her capabilities, courage to try and to overcome her fear, made me realize that if she, being a physically challenged girl, can define her own destiny, then why can't I? Zara's story helped me to attain courage to face my weaknesses and challenges in life. I started drowning, but I survived. I came out with a high level of confidence that broke the huge walls around me. I gradually started coming out of the cobweb that people made around me. I started believing in myself and I registered my name for the school speech contest. In my school again. I regained the confidence to get on the stage and fearlessly face the audience. I wasn't worried about winning. I did my best, and my efforts paid off when I won the runners-up trophy. Fellow youth leaders, Zara helped me to gain back my lost confidence. She taught me that nothing is impossible, and the word impossible itself says, I am possible. Friends, it's magical to believe in yourself. Whenever I tried to believe in myself, I generally couldn't, but my mom, she encouraged me to believe in myself. So right now, the reason I'm standing on the stage confidently is because of my mom.
Our seventh speaker is Ryan Chaucer. Please help me welcome him to the podium. His evaluator is Mehek Fatuma Abdul. A little boy who sacrificed his life for a dog. Ryan Chaucer, a little boy who sacrificed his life for a dog.
I am a slow walker, but I never walk back. Respected Toastmasters, fellow youth leaders, and dear guests. A very warm good evening to you all. I will share one story. This story was happened 2 centuries ago in USA. There was a village. The village was affected with an epidemic. The people in the village was worried that they could not escape from the grip of the epidemic. The poor family had to cross a river to escape. They couldn't take the dog which they raised with them. The dog was stood up in the other side of the river, barking loudly. His eyes welled up as his old masters left. Remembering his masters, the dog started to cry loudly. The masters boarded a bullock cart to continue their journey. The dog's pitiful cries had become louder and louder. The youngest son of the family couldn't bear this injustice. You know what he did? He did something unbelievable. He jumped out of the bullock cart, jumped into the river, swam to the other side of the river, took the dog, come back to the bullock cart. How did he do that? Can anyone guess who this kid was? Yes, he's the 16th president of USA, Abraham Lincoln. He was born in a log cabin in Kentucky in February 12, 1809. To parents who could not neither read or write. He went to school on and off for total about a year. educated himself by reading borrowed books. When Lincoln was 9 years old, his mother died. His father, a carpenter and farmer, remarried and moved his family to the further west, eventually settling in Illinois. As a young adult, Lincoln worked as a flatboat navigator, shopkeeper, soldier, servant, and postmaster. At the age of 25, Lincoln got the opportunity to be in the local government in Springfield, Illinois. He started opened the law practice. He ran for the president in 1861. He was served as the president, the 16th president. He got 1,875,982 votes, ahead of Douglas by 475,708 votes. I don't know if I'm correct. Before I continue my speech, I would like to share 2 facts. Did you know that he hid his important documents under the tall black cap which he wore? Yes. Yeah, most of you guys know because you have been studying in schools. Malayalam. Yeah, Malayalam textbook. And he is taller than any other president, 6 foot and 4 inches. When Lincoln took office in 1861, the United States were not truly united. The nation had been arguing for about 100 years about enslaving people and the nation's right to allow it. But when he became the president, he let the enslavement to continue, but in the southern states, and outlawed it spread to the other states and the states which might later join the Union. Most of the southern leaders didn't allow it, so they decided to secede or withdraw from the nation. 11 southern states, of which formed a Confederate States of America. They opposed 23 northern states. The Civil War officially began in April 12th, 1861. So remember, but the quote which I said earlier is made by Abraham Lincoln. It means that we need to succeed in life slowly, not because a direct success is not called as a success. Because success needs time, and we shouldn't downgrade in life. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that Abraham Lincoln sacrificed his life just for a dog. The thing is, he has his heart connected to the heart of his dog. He liked his dog so much. I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you.
Our 8th and final speaker is Youth Leader Faiza Mehdi. Importance of kindness. Youth Leader Faiza Mehdi. Importance of kindness.
Evaluator.
Her evaluator is Radin Muhammad.
We're all familiar with this saying. It's better to give than to receive. Dear Toastmasters, fellow youth leaders, and distinguished guests, kindness is a quality that one possesses and acts on it by exhibiting behaviors of friendliness, generosity, and being considered. It is also a benevolent act that one possesses. Kindness is actually inherent to human beings, and we are inculcated with and reminded of it since our childhood. Kindness can be developed through empathy. Empathy is what one feels when they put themselves in others' shoes. And kindness is how they express that by helping them and making their lives a little bit easier and better. Every living being is deserving of kindness. Only one needs to have that good intentions to be kind. Nothing else. When one has good intention, they are attentive to others. They need a helping hand, lend an ear and listens to others' problems. They also help someone in need. When you show respect to your elders, it is also an act of kindness. A kind act is not just limited to human beings. It is also, one must display kindness to animals as well. My friends are the kindest people I know. Just last week, when we were coming back from school to go home, my friend saw a wounded cat. And instead of ignoring it, she tended to his wounds and took him home. They have a new family member named Simba. He found a new home just because of one act of kindness. Isn't that wonderful? You should also be kind to your friends and siblings by helping and supporting them in every way. Sharing is the best form of kindness. Sharing things or feelings and problems. Listening to others, your parents and your teachers, and understanding their perspectives is also a kind act. Kindness is not a cowardly act. It is for the brave and the bold. Standing up for the rights and helping someone in need shows our truth. A kind act is truly magical when you're kind to someone. When you're kind to someone, kindness can change the world. The world's gonna be a more beautiful place when you are kind to each other every day. You should be kind, even to strangers. Help them cross the road, carry their bags. Even if you disagree with their opinions, make your point with compassion. And when you can also lead a happy, peaceful life, and you can sleep better at night. Every day, consciously do one act of kindness. Ask yourself, was I kind today? Thank you.
Let us give a big round of applause applause to all the speakers for this. May I get the timer's report, please?
Youth leader Roshan, 5 minutes 45 seconds qualified. Youth leader Abad, 4 minutes 3 seconds disqualified. Youth leader Ahlam, 6 minutes 53 seconds qualified. Youth leader Afan, 7 minutes 24 seconds qualified. Youth leader Varshak, 6 minutes 18 seconds qualified. Youth leader Rida Amira, 5 minutes 7 seconds qualified. Youth leader Ryan Jafar, 6 minutes 19 seconds qualified. Youth leader Faiza, 5 minutes 3 seconds qualified. Everyone except youth leader Abana is qualified.
I request all of you to cast their votes for the ones who are qualified. May I request our joke master youth leader Hayan Haris to come to the lectern to share the joke.
Always laugh when you can. It is achieved medicine. Respected Toastmasters, fellow youth leaders, parents, a very good evening to one and all. Today, as a talk master, I will be sharing a few jokes. I threw my phone from the roof and it broke. I guess the aeroplane mode was not. Why do bees have sticky hair?
Because they use honey as combs.
Yes, correct. Because they use honeycomb. Why do celebrities look cool? Because they have this celebrity.
They have a lot of fans.
Again, correct. They have fans. A doctor said, you should take at least 10 glasses of water every day. The patient said, it is impossible. Doctor said, why? The patient said, because I have only 4 glasses at home. A boss said, where were you born? Sardar said, India. Boss said, which part? Sardar said, what which part? Whole body was born in India.
Thank you, youth leader Haris Hayan, for such nice jokes.
Thanks for the generous introduction. Youth Leader of the Day, fellow Toastmasters, distinguished guests. A very warm good evening to all. I feel amazing to be a table topics master. The purpose of table topics is to sharpen our communication skills, our learning, of listening, thinking, organizing, and speaking all these things. The time allotted is a minimum of 1 minute and a maximum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. After which you will be disqualified. Now, I will now invite our first speaker, Harshan Nishad. Your topic is, what is your stance on junk food? I repeat, what is your stance on junk food? Youth Leader Harshan Nishad. Your stance on junk food is like view, opinion.
Opinions.
Good evening all the Toastmasters and youth leaders. Today I am going to talk about my topic, which is the view of junk food. If you ask this question to my brother, he will tell it is very tasty, it looks good, and his favorite food is pizza. And if you ask me, I will tell the same. If you ask someone in my class, they will tell the same. And if you will ask an adult, especially your mom, she will tell, this is cheese, you can't eat it. This has bun, it is made of maida, which is bad. And I forgot all the pizza. It also has cheese, you can't eat it.
Yes. They can eat.
Did I ask you? Okay. And my brother really likes pizza, and I really like noodles. And if you again, noodles is also bad. It has maida. But when I go to Lulu, every time I buy noodles. I think you maybe buy it also. What do you buy when you go to Lulu or Nestor?
Water.
Don't tell me.
Pizza.
Chips. True.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Chips.
Doritos, bro.
Cheetos, Doritos, anything. But, okay, my time is gone, that's why I can't talk. Give me more time. Thank you.
30 more seconds.
One thing I have to say, after the table topics ends, please give the mic back to me. The main mic does not work, so I need the mic to speak. So, anyways, moving on. Thank you to the Harshan Nishad. Now, our next table topic speaker is Youth Leader Saad Saudas. Help me welcome Youth Leader Saad Saudas. Youth Leader Saad Saudas. Your topic is, have you ever felt lucid dreaming? Have you ever lucid dreamt? student Satsav.
Amazing topic. I love the topic.
Yes.
Lucid dreaming. I've heard the term of lucid dreaming, but personally I've never been in a lucid dream, and I don't really want to feel the feeling of being in a lucid dream because it means you're in an interactive dream and you can choose what happens. I guess you can think about anything and it'll happen to you, but that still is kind of a creepy thing to think about. I don't know if anyone in the crowd has been in a lucid dream. If so, if you can raise your hands. I get it. How does it feel being, I guess it's weird being in control of your dream, because usually you don't have any control over it, and it's just whatever's on your mind all the time. And I'm kind of wondering to see what happens in a lucid dream. I want to talk to someone who's been in it, maybe our president, or a Toastmaster back there was in a lucid dream, maybe I'll talk to him after. But I don't think anyone I know has been in a lucid dream, and being in one will probably a very weird or maybe good feeling depending on what you decided to do with it. And thank you.
Thank you, you cleared Satsav. Now, a third speaker is youth leader Antika Murray, and you are going youth leader Antika. Your topic is: do you want to be younger than what you are now, or do you want to be older than what you are now? Youth leader Antika.
Dignitaries, Toastmasters, families, friends, and my dear youth leaders, a very warm good evening to you. So my topic was, would you get a chance? Would I become a younger myself or older? I don't want to be younger, nor older. I want to be myself only. Because I just love this time now. So means I will never get a chance to be in this stage. Maybe when I become older. But what about the younger? When I was young, I was really shy. I will never go to a stage when I got up also. I will be like shivering so much. Now also I am. So I'm really scared back then. And when I become older enough, I don't know what it will be. Maybe I will be a good speaker because of this Pediatrics Master Club. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Atika. Now, last but not the least for this table topic session, I invite you guys to this year. Everyone, you know, your topic is: do you love or hate school? Why?
Silence.
It was simple than I thought. Thank you. why don't we hate school?
Because we can score for marks.
School means that you have to learn, but if they say about that, I hate school. But when it comes to playing time, maybe I do like school. But the problem in the school is that there are 6 standards, we have to climb the biggest stairs and my legs hurt. Everyone in 6 knows, in girls sections. But still I wish I'm in 12th so that I don't need to climb the stairs, but still I don't need to learn. So by the way, I do love school because we get times to spend with our friends and not friends. We can spend with our friends and we can learn too, but not maths with others. And yeah, thank you.
Please give a thunderous round of applause to all the Can I have the timer's report?
Just a second. Where is Ivan?
Arvind is not there. Arvind is not there.
So there's only 3.
What? There's only 4 speakers. There's 4 speakers. Yeah.
What's absent?
Yeah, one's absent. Only one.
Atika was qualified because they're not qualified. Harshil Ishar 2 minutes 8 seconds qualified. Saj Saudaf 1 minute 10 seconds qualified. Aisha 1 minute 11 seconds qualified. And Atika did not measure the time, but she's qualified. I don't qualify. Everyone is qualified.
All qualified. So please select one among this session.
Yes, please cast your vote for this speaker. Back to you. Give you a round of applause.
So next is mine. So
Yeah, you take it. You are the leader.
To conduct the second table topic session, we have youth leader Saad Salas. Please help me welcome youth leader Saad Salas to conduct the second table topic.
Yes, very warm welcome, evening garden. I feel a rating to be a table of this classroom. Please be reminded that the time allotted is a minimum of 1 minute and a maximum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, after which you will be disqualified. With this, now I invite the first speaker to talk on the selected topic. Our first speaker is Krishna Purva. Please help me welcome Krishna Purva to the program. Your topic is what have you learned in the past year? You see the question from what have you learned in the past? What have you learned in the past year? What have you learned in the past year? Hello guys. That's enough. Okay. Distinguished Toastmasters, parents and fellow youth leaders, a very lucid good evening to all.
Good evening.
What have I learned in the past year is quite a embarrassing topic because there's almost nothing I've learned in the past year. I could say I learned algebra, but it would be very boring. So I will say something like how to make tea. My mom taught me. It's very impressive. Okay. On a more serious note, I have learned how to play football in a better way, and yeah, I'm really sad that career guide. Sorry. Yeah, so football. I I actually love defending, and I know the word rainbow flick. It's more of a rain flick. I don't really know how to do the bow, and I know. No, chill. And to be honest, there's too many things that I have to say here. Okay, so I will just say that football is cool and learn a lot of things so that if you get a topic like this, you can speak more. Thank you. Thank you, Yuki Krishna. Our second speaker is Shraddha Ansari. Let me welcome Yuki Shraddha Ansari to the podium, please. His topic is what made you happy this past year. Yuki Shraddha Ansari, I repeat, his topic is what made you happy this past year.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. There are so many things that made me happy last year, but the one thing that made my 2022 was my friends. The friends I got, the friends I made, they literally made my 2022 the best year of my life. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Yuki Shraddha Ansari. On to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Yuki Hayan Harris. Please help me welcome Yuki Hayan Harris to the podium, please. Yuki Hayan Harris, your topic is what new hobbies would you like to pick up in this upcoming year? What new hobbies would you like to pick up in this upcoming year? Yuki Hayan Harris.
Respected Toastmasters, fellow. Am I audible at the back?
Yes.
Respected Toastmasters, fellow youth leaders, parents, a very good evening to one and all.
Good evening.
One of my hobbies is playing football. And today, Friday, I also go to a training session, gym session. And I think most of people who sit here is there. Krishna Prabhu, Rayan Jafar, Fadil Rahman, Radhi Muhammad, and Abdullah Misio. Football is my favorite hobby. I went to watch World Cup. I am very happy to see my team Brazil. Lost in the World Cup. Even though they lost in that match, I feel good. And I also watched another match of Spain. And they are also lost in that. It was very difficult this time. But it was one of the great memory of my life. And back before 2019, I also went to watch a match, Argentina versus Brazil in Rio. And Brazil lost in that also. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuki Harris. Last but not least, our final speaker is Gilbert Titus. Please help me welcome Gilbert Titus. Gilbert Titus. Your topic is what goals would you like to achieve this year? I repeat, what goals would you like to achieve this year? Gilbert Titus.
goals are just things. Am I audible in the back?
Yes.
Goals are just things that we want. Respected Toastmasters, fellow youth leaders, dignitaries, and all my dear friends, a warm good evening. How many of you have goals? Not everyone seems to have goals. Come on, you don't have goals? Okay. Everyone have goals. We need goals because goals create a roadmap to success. Without goals, you wouldn't know or you wouldn't have a starting point or a destination to reach. My goal in my life is to live fullest with my family and friends by my side. I also have another goal. I also want to travel around the world, know and experience other traditions, other cultures and traditionals, and meet new people. Now, to emphasize on particular goals, I want to concentrate on my class. Nowadays, when my maths sir comes and starts taking lessons, he says, people who are least interested leave the class. My brain, done. Maths mark, Govinda. So before I conclude, I urge all of you to have a goal. Thank you.
Thank you, youth leaders and retainers. Please give a thunderous round of applause to all our tabletop speakers. May I please have the timer on, please? First, myself, 1 minute 17 seconds qualified. Second, youth leader Shadab, 19 seconds disqualified. Youth leader Hayan, 1 minute 42 seconds qualified. Youth leader Gilbert, 1 minute 28 seconds qualified. Everyone except Shadab are qualified.
So please select one among the session.
May I request youth leaders to cast their vote for their best tabletop experience. Back to the youth leader.
Thank you, youth leader Saad Saada, for such an elevating tabletop session. For the third and the final session, we have youth leader Mohammad Shalim. Please help me welcome youth leader Mohammad Shalim to the podium.
Silence, 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 please.
Youth Leader of the Day, thanks for the generous introduction. Mr. Youth Leader, fellow Toastmasters, distinguished guests, a warm good evening to all of you. I feel elated to be a table topic master. The purpose of table topic is to sharpen our communication skills of listening, thinking, organizing, and speaking on the feet. The time allotted is a minimum of 1 minute and a maximum of 2 minutes, after which you will be disqualified. With this, now I invite the first speaker to talk on the table selected topic. Our first speaker is, let me welcome Youth Leader Abdullah to the podium, please. Youth Leader Abdullah, your title is, if a doctor gave you 5 years to live, what would you try to accomplish? Youth Leader Abdullah.
Respected Toastmasters, distinguished guests, all parents, and especially the charming youth leaders, a warm good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Myself, Abdullah, and I'll be talking about the topic, if a doctor tells me that I could live more 5 years, what would I accomplish? The first thing I would do will be completing my studies and get a job somewhere and use that money to give to the poor children who are sitting in the streets, who doesn't have shelters, who is starving for food, asking money for someone else. That's one of the things I've been planning, even if I don't get those 5 years. The second thing I would be doing will be getting to do more courses from other institutes for my betterment jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Youth Leader Abdullah. Now we have Youth Leader Olivia Maria. Youth Leader Olivia Maria, your topic is, who do you think of first when you think of success? I repeat, who do you think of first when you think of success? Youth Leader Olivia Maria.
Dear Toastmasters, youth leaders, and all distinguished guests, a warm good evening to all.
Good evening. Who do you think of first when you think of success?
When I hear the word success, the first word that comes to my mind is my dad. Because his brain is loaded with all knowledge stuff. If I'm like randomly go asking that what's the meaning of this, that, he will answer within 1 second or hour. Like the past international and icebreaker speech, my dad repeated those speeches. So within literally, I'm really surprised that the word knowledge comes to my mind. The first person I think is my dad. I just when I grow up, I just really want to be like him, and I'm just really surprised that even though I don't have any like knowledge in my brain, I'm just full of blank. If any of you will ask me a question, I'll be like, I don't know about computers here. Thank you.
Thank you, Youth Leader Olivia Maria. Our next speaker is Youth Leader Mahir Fatima. Your topic is, what things in life should always be free? I repeat, what things in life should always be free? Youth Leader Mahir Fatima. What things in life should always be free?
Dear dignitaries, fellow youth leaders, and all the other ecstatic audience. I'm sorry if I sound a bit political here. I know it's a bit against the rules of the youth leadership program, but obviously the things that should be free, which has to be free, the basic rights of humans. I know it gets a bit boring because it includes a bit of politics. So basic rights like right to equality, right to vote, and all that. But right to vote does not concern us for now. And oh yes, of course, right for you need shelter. Obviously, you need a roof above your head. That is very important for living a life. And of course, I believe that water and food should be free for everyone, because I know that most of the poor people go without water for some time as well. But me, I cannot live without water for 3 hours. That's like the maximum, unless I'm fasting. I'm sorry. So yes, so these things should be free for people.
you close your eyes, what do you see? I repeat, when you close your eyes, what do you see? You get rather nothing.
Youth Leader of the Day, respected judges, distinguished guests, and my dear fellow youth leaders, a warm good evening to all.
Good evening.
My topic is, when I close my eyes, what do I see? Mainly, I see two things. My dream. My dream is to become one who learns about the space. There are many great people who know about space, so I want to be one of them. The second thing, when I close my eye, what comes into my mind is football. Dreaming football, living football, and my football is my passion. I am a hardcore fan of football. I play football with my friends and cousin who is there, who came for giving prize.
Giving prize?
Yeah, for that. And my idol is Lionel Messi. He won the World Cup last year. So he had many challenges and difficulties during his career, but he stood up and won the World Cup. I would like to be like him and lift the World Cup for our country, India. Thank you.
Youth Leader Radhanama for that speech. Our last speaker is Youth Leader Samar Shamir. Youth Leader Samar Shamir, your topic is, what's your definition of heaven? I repeat, what's your definition of heaven? Youth Leader Samar Shamir.
Professors and creators and parents, and yes, good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
My definition of heaven would definitely be the freedom, the fact that I can do anything that I want, and I don't have to ask for permission for anything, and just eat whatever I want and not gain any weight. Actually, I would eat in unlimited McDonald's, and I would eat ice cream all the time, and still fit. So it would be really fun. It's just the fact that I can do anything I want, like roller coasters, and probably die on the roller coasters, but I would come back to life since I'm in heaven. So that would be a really good experience. My definition of heaven is definitely that we get to have fun. We get to do stuff that we don't really, or aren't really allowed to do here or whatever. So yeah, that's basically it. Another one. It's just that we can do whatever we want. Heaven is, but there's like a condition to get into heaven. You need to be good in this world to enjoy and do whatever you want in the next life. So that's it.
Thank you, Leader Samar Shamir. Please give a thunderous round of applause to all the state speakers. Can I have the numbers to go, please?
Youth Leader Abdullah, 1 minute 6 seconds qualified. Youth Leader Olivia Maria, 1 minute 20 seconds qualified. Youth Leader Mehek, 1 minute 17 seconds qualified. Youth Leader Radhan, 1 minute 24 seconds qualified. And Youth Leader Shamar, 1 minute 10 seconds qualified.
May I request all the youth leaders to cast their vote for the best speaker from the speaker? Thank you.
Youth Leader Saad Saudas and Youth Leader Mohammad Shalim to conduct such an entertaining several topic session. Please give all the conductors and for improvement, we need constructive feedback. So let us have expert comments from our general evaluator and his team. Our general evaluator today is a true symbol of commitment and support, ever encouraging and dedicated youth leader. Please help me welcome youth leader Fadil Rahman Suresh to evaluate today's session.
Thank you, Youth Leader Sadaf Parveen, for a wonderful introduction. Fellow youth leaders and distinguished guests, good evening to all. Good evening. Welcome you all to another exciting session, the evaluation session. Evaluation session is very unique and important session in the Toastmasters educational program. We talk to many people and do many things in our personal and professional life. But the seldom we instant feedback with compassion and motivating us. In youth leadership programs, we got experienced youth leaders who give very wonderful feedback to motivate the speaker and explain in areas of strength which we can capitalize in further and areas which affect effective evaluators. Capitalize in further and areas which need some extra attention. For evaluating the prepared and TT speeches, I have tonight a very strong team of session, stylish and very effective evaluators. The goal of the evaluation is to give us the effective evaluation of our speech and delivery style. I remind that the time allotted for an evaluator is minimum 1 minute and maximum 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, I would like to call our first evaluator. Our first evaluator is Youth Leader Harshil Nishad, and he will be evaluating Youth Leader Roshan Shanavas. Please help me welcome Youth Leader Harshil Nishad. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you, General Evaluator. Good evening, everyone, once again.
Good evening.
Today I will be evaluating Roshan Shanavas. Great job, Roshan. It was a lucid speech with the follow of ideas. You expressed your thoughts confidently with appropriate body language, sticking to the topic. You also kept the audience engaged. Few hints to improve yourself are you could have used sound modulation. The speech was too fast. Did anyone notice except me? You could have used the podium. Am I right? Did he use the word of the day? Correct. There was a little bit eye contact. No, eye contact was not there, I guess.
good. Overall, your speech was good, but you could have went a little bit slow. Thank you.
Thank you, unit leader, continuation for your constructive and effective evaluation. Our second evaluator is youth leader Atika Mariam, and she will be evaluating youth leader Aban Muhammad. Please help me welcome youth leader Atika Mariam.
Good evening once again. My name is Atika Mariam, and today I am going to evaluate youth leader Abbad Muhammad Ashfaq. His topic was my best friend. It was really good speech. His speech was lucid for us as we all have friends here. So he told us how he met his friend. And he had a good eye contact with everyone. He used hand gestures, but he didn't use the podium well, as I saw him just walking in this small area. So he could have ended his speech because it was really short, and I would advise him to start the speech with a quote, as it gives some good starting in the speech. So, but still the speech was bewitching, and thank you.
Thank you, youth leader Abhika Mariam, for your constructive and effective evaluation. Next evaluator is Toastmaster Hadish Angur, and he will be evaluating youth leader Ahsan Zaki.
Thank you, the evaluator, and good evening, youth leaders, parents, and Toastmasters, and my speaker, Alam Sarah. Stop, Drama Queen. You are complaining about all these luxuries about your syllabus. Think about the refugees. What a powerful message. Alan sir, you have done an exceptional job. You have used very vivid words. What better word to describe Ahlam in that particular situation than drama queen? So powerful. Then, how beautifully she has brought in the sense of fragrance, touch, humor, taste. The pure aroma of biryani, it was only cold. So many senses are there in that speech. It was wonderfully crafted and bit of humor as well in such a serious message. Now, you concluded also with a powerful lesson that it's all in the perspective. And at this young age that you have gone to that realization, it is no small thing. I know so many people who do not get this realization even when they are so much grown up. Like our life present is the dream life of someone else. Is there any moment in life this kind of thought will not give you a sense of relief as well as hope? Have that sense in you. It could have been much, much worse, and there are people out there who are living far worse than we are, and they find truth. And she has mastered that lesson, amazing. And my recommendations to you only two. First thing is that the speech looked like it was not practiced well, and you said about 3 times, my mother said, and another time again it sounded a bit repetitive. So when you draft that speech, cut out wherever this kind of things can be avoided. And my second recommendation is, you have told that was a very powerful life-changing lesson that you learned on that Thursday, and how that impacted your life. If you could quote an example or an experience, where you applied this philosophy and that provided you a very different result. If that was also included in that speech, I think it would have been far more impactful, as well as, it would have helped open the eyes and bring that tremendous clarity to all the audience. Because overall it was amazing. At your age, it is superb. All the best.
Thank you, Toastmaster Harish Chandra, for the constructive and effective evaluation speech. Next evaluator is Youth Leader Samar Shamir, and she will be evaluating Youth Leader Akan Mohammed. Let us welcome Youth Leader Samar Shamir.
Today I'll be evaluating Afan. So your speech was about journey. I liked the topic, as I also really like traveling and going on trips with my friends to, field trips and everything. You moved around the podium, but one thing you could have done was, instead of moving around the podium like this, you could have went walked around like that, but you just went like that. So, you can fix that a little bit. You used the word of the day, which is good. Everybody should use the word of the day. And I liked how you described the setting of the place that you went to and how the weather was and everything like that. And I liked how you explained life stories, happening from your life. It's always interesting to hear about people's life stories, a little snippet of their life. Stuff that I would suggest that you do is be more confident. If you're not confident, just at least look like you're confident, fake it till you make it. So another thing is, I think you should memorize your speech a little bit more well. If you're not really that good at memorizing and you're not that confident, maybe you should put your speech over here, and when you forget, you should just take a little peek at it or something. And you need a little bit more eye contact. And since your speech was about traveling and journey, you could have mentioned all the countries that you visited and every country that you liked or something like that. So yeah, overall I liked your speech about the field trip. So thank you.
Thank you, Youth Leader Samar Shamir, for your constructive and effective evaluation. Our next evaluator is Youth Leader Shadab Ansari, and he will be evaluating Youth Leader Varshan Sadil Raja. Help me welcome Youth Leader Shadab Ansari.
Good evening, everyone. I am evaluating Varshan. Varshan, your speech was excellent. You are having a good voice modulation. Your voice modulation. You are having a great smile on your face. Your humor was also good. Amazing performance overall. The only thing you need to improve is that making an eye contact. Yeah, that's it. And thank you for doing.
Thank you, Youth Leader Shadab Ansari, for your constructive and effective evaluation. Next evaluator is Youth Leader Aisha, and she will be evaluating Youth Leader Rida Amira. Please help me welcome Youth Leader Aisha.
One, two, three, jump. General Evaluator, Youth Leader of the Day, and in particular charming Youth Leader Rida Amira. A warm greeting to all of you. I, Aisha Pisio, evaluating the international speech of Youth Leader Rida Amira. It was fragile and lucid speech. It was an excellent try. First of all, let us give a thunderous round of applause to Youth Leader Rida Amira. She used 5 minutes and 7 seconds in her speech. It was good, but still you can make your speech lengthy. You started your speech with confidence and beautifully presented your topic. Your voice modulation and body language was also good. The body of her speech was astonishing. She delivered her speech in a very different and stimulating style. It was amazing. She shared her life experience. Overall, the speech was outstanding. Now, for my recommendations to make the speech splendiferous and to grab first prize in any speech competitions. I strongly believe you can make your speech more humorous. Like when you said your father was pushing you. Did he push you? You can make it more dramatic. Your eye contact was good. You had contact with everyone. You maintained confidence till the end. You used your hand gestures to convey messages. You could have used the stage more to grab the attention of everyone toward your speech. Voice modulation was also good. You could talk a bit loud when you want to highlight the topic which you're speaking. These are my humble recommendations. Thank you, Youth Leader Vida, for presenting a splendiferous speech. I wish to see you winning in your future competitions. Thank you.
Constructive and effective evaluation. Next evaluator is Youth Leader Mahak Fatima, and he will be evaluating Youth Leader Ryan Jafar.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Constructive criticism is a very important thing that can truly help a person improvise if taken correctly by the person being criticized. Me, I just made that up. Dear dignitaries, fellow youth leaders, and enthusiastic audience, a very good evening once again. So, Youth Leader Ryan Jafar, your speech was very flowing and very lucid. A round of applause for this really smart kid here. Your speech was very informative and your introduction was ecstatic. The boom from the speaker made me almost jump off from my seat. Now, you spoke in a monotonous, yet you spoke monotonously, yet your speech modulation was visible. I mean, audible. You know what I mean. So, your podium usage was also very good, but you moved a little too much. You went too fast, is what I'm trying to say. You just kept running this way, but you used the area well. I found the speech a bit politic, which I think is against our policies. And now I want to say that since your conclusion was in accordance to the workshop presented today. Succeeding in life is slow, and you mustn't degrade yourself during your journey. This is a very good message, which I hope everyone follows. Thank you, and I hope you keep improving every day.
Constructive and effective evaluation. Next is Youth Leader Radil Muhammad, and he will be evaluating Youth Leader Faiza Mahmood. Please help me welcome Youth Leader Radil Muhammad.
Youth Leader of the Day, respected judges, distinguished guests, and my dear fellow youth leaders. A very warm good evening to all, and in particular to Youth Leader Faiza Mahmood. What a fantastic international speech it was. You made it look like a lucid job. Let's give her a round of applause. You started the speech with a good quote, which was really good. You had a good eye contact, good voice modulation. You talked flawlessly. You talked very well about kindness, which every youth leader should have. You were confident what line you have to say next. There is always time for recommendation, and my humble recommendations are: I noticed that you were walking all the time. You can just walk a little time like me. You could use more hand gestures. You were just doing like this. You could use like this and different hand gestures. I didn't see the word of the day in your speech. You could reduce some speed. Overall, your speech was outstanding. Let's give her a round of applause once again.
Thank you, Youth Leader Rabin Mohammed, for your constructive and effective evaluation. Now, our first table topic evaluator is Youth Leader Mohammed Shalim, and he will be evaluating TT Session 1. Let us welcome Youth Leader Mohammed
Shalim. Every decisions you make reflects from your evaluation of who you are. Respected Toastmasters, distinguished guests, and a warm good evening to all of you. Today I will be evaluating the table topic session 1, and our first speaker is Youth Leader Harshan Nishad. You had a very good voice and voice modulation. It was very funny. But there's only one thing you could have moved around the podium, and hand gestures. Other than that, it was very good. Our second speaker is Youth Leader Sal Saudas. Very good speech, I have to say. Still, you could have moved a bit and hand gestures. The voice modulation was there, and overall, pretty good. The third speaker is Youth Leader Atika Mariam. You had hand gestures, and you moved a bit around the podium. The speech was very lucid. The last speaker is Youth Leader Aisha Kisio. I have to start off with complimenting about your hand gestures and body movement and the voice modulation. The only thing that you could have moved a bit, I think it's a problem with most of them. Yeah, overall, every speaker did their best. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader Mohammed Shalim, for your constructive and effective evaluation. Our second TT evaluator is Youth Leader Olivia Maria, and she will be evaluating the TT Session 2. Please welcome Youth Leader Olivia Maria.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, sir. Dear Toastmasters, youth leaders, and all distinguished guests, a warm good evening. Today I will be evaluating TT Section 2. Our first youth leader is Krishna Pramod. First of all, when I hear Krishna Pramod, in my mind, the first thing that comes to my mind is the humor. Because he uses humor in every speech he comes to his podium. And his topic was, what have you learned in the past year? I think. And I really love his humor again, and as always. And I love how he used like few seconds for thinking, and it was a Lucifer's speech. Next youth leader is Shalak Ansari. His topic was what made him happy the last year. Even though he got disqualified, I still like the way you said it. Also, the podium, you could have like moved a little more. And a humble recommendation is to like the next time you can make your speech a little lengthier. And overall, it was an aesthetic speech. The next youth leader is Hyan Harris. I don't know why his topic. I think his topic was what is a hobby for this year. Yes, and it was also a splendid for his speech. And he could have, and he has some humble recommendation. He could have used the hand gestures a little wider, and I love the way he used humor, and it was amazing. And for our last youth leader is Gilbert Titus. His topic was, what goals do you want to achieve this year? I love how he got all the I love how he used a chord before starting the speech, and overall it was a Lucifer's speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Youth Leader Olivia Maria, for your constructive and effective evaluation. Our third TT Session evaluator is Youth Leader Abid Ansar. Please help me welcome Youth Leader Abid Ansar.
I'm here to evaluate the table topic session 3. First speaker is Abdullah PCO. He's a table topic because the speech is overall good. He had a good introduction as well as a good flow. But some things he needs to improve is his eye contact and as well as his movement. He's only moving. He's not moving at all. He's only moving. He's only standing in one static pose. That's not good. Next is youth leader Olivia Maria. Olivia Maria, I've only seen one thing I noticed is that she's only moving in one direction. This full stage. I need to use it. And voice moderation was overall good. Another thing I noticed was that the speech is too, what can I say, informal. Yeah, it felt too casual. Anyways, next is youth leader Mehak. Her delivery was good, and she had kept a good smile across the entire speech. One thing is that she could have moved more. Why is everyone having problems in moving? Even I also cannot. Radhi Mohammed. Youth leader Radhi Mohammed had good voice moderation and tons of energy. That's what I liked about it. But she deviated his topic right in the middle of the table topic. So please try to avoid that. Last but not the least is youth leader Samar Shamir. I noticed that she was also staying in one place. Everyone staying in one place. What is it? Most of the was good. And another thing I noticed on her because she did not show enthusiasm. You're on the stage. You need to show enthusiasm. Anyways, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your effective and effective evaluation. I hope this recommendation from the evaluators will help you improve your speeches in the future. Please give all the evaluators a round of applause. Thank you all my evaluators for your bewitching job. Now, may I have the timer's report? Youth leader Christopher Brown.
Youth leader Harshal, 1 minute 41 seconds qualified. Youth leader Atika Mariam, 1 minute 9 seconds qualified. Youth leader Hari Shankar, 3 minutes 5 seconds disqualified. Youth leader Shamir, 1 minute 40 seconds qualified. Youth leader Shadab Ansari, 0 minutes and 30 seconds disqualified. Youth leader Aisha, 1 minute 59 seconds qualified. Youth leader Mehak, 1 minute 40 seconds qualified. Youth leader Radin, 1 minute 27 seconds qualified. Youth leader Shalin, 1 minute 23 seconds qualified. Youth leader Olivia, 2 minutes 15 seconds qualified. Youth leader Abid Ansar, 2 minutes 2 seconds qualified. Everyone is qualified except Shadab Ansari and Hari Shankar.
Thank you, youth leader for your lucid job. Please cast your vote for the best. Next,
respected Toastmasters, distinguished guests, all parents, and especially the charming youth leaders, a warm good evening to all of you. Myself, Abdullah, and I will be presenting the outcome report. Youth leader Aban Muhammad Ashfaq, R&Ms 3, necessary words 3, word repetition 8, pauses 5, total 19. Aban Muhammad Ashfaq, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 5, word repetition 4, pauses 7, total 18. Harshil Nishal, R&Ms 7, unnecessary words 1, word repetition 2, pauses 1, total 11. Yudhira Hayam Haris, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 2, word repetition 3, pauses 0, total 8. Yudhira Samar Shamir, R&Ms 5, unnecessary words 3, word repetition 5, pauses 2, total 15. Atika Mariam, R&Ms 6, unnecessary words 3, word repetition 3, pauses 0, total 12. Youth leader Muhammad Shani, R&Ms 6, unnecessary words 2, word repetition 4, pauses 1, total 13. Youth leader Abid Ansar, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 2, word repetition 2, pauses 1, total 8. Youth leader Mahal Fatima, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 4, word repetition 5, pauses 1, total 13. Youth leader Krishna Pramod, R&Ms 4, unnecessary words 2, word repetition 1, pauses 0, total 7. Youth leader Rida Fasmi, R&Ms 1, unnecessary words 0, word repetition 0, pauses 1, total 1. Youth leader Ahlan Zahra, R&Ms 5, unnecessary words 3, word repetition 7, total 15. Youth leader Fadi Rahman, R&Ms 6, unnecessary words 1, word repetition 2, pauses 2, total 11. Youth leader Shada Bansari, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 0, word repetition 1, pauses 2, total 6. Youth leader Saad Zawlas, R&Ms 4, unnecessary words 1, word repetition 0, pauses 2, total 7. Youth leader Washington Senthil Raja, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 4, word repetition 6, pauses 5, total 18. Youth leader Gilbert Titus, R&Ms 1, unnecessary words 3, word repetition 2, pauses 1, total 7. Youth leader Olivia Maria, R&Ms 5, unnecessary words 5, word repetition 4, pauses 1, total 15. Roshan Shanawaz, R&Ms 1, unnecessary words 0, word repetition 1, total 2. Youth leader Aisha, R&Ms 3, unnecessary words 5, word repetition 4, pauses 1, total 13. Youth leader Radhi Muhammad, R&Ms 4, unnecessary words 3, word repetition 3, pauses 1, total 11. Youth leader Rida Amira, R&Ms 2, unnecessary words 0, word repetition 3, pauses 2, total 7. Youth leader Ryan Jaffer, R&Ms 6, unnecessary words 3, word repetition 9, pauses 2, total 20. Youth leader Faisal Mahrin, R&Ms 2, unnecessary words 2, word repetition 2, pauses 4, total 10. Toastmaster Hari Shankar, R&Ms 0, unnecessary words 1, word repetition 1, pauses 0, total 2. Thank you. Over to you, youth leader.
Thank you, youth leader Abdullah, for your grandiose work. Now, I would like to call our word master and grammarian to report her result.
speakers. Speakers who use the word of the day are Youth Leader Krishna Pramod, Youth Leader Sadaf Parveen, Toastmaster Mudli Angal, Toastmaster Shivadas Angal, Youth Leader Aban Muhammad Ashfaq, Youth Leader Aban Muhammad Ashfaq, Youth Leader Abid Alsa, Youth Leader Saad Sauda, Youth Leader Hashin Nishat, Youth Leader Atika Mariam, Youth Leader Aisha PCO, Youth Leader Mehnat Fatima, Youth Leader Radi Muhammad, Youth Leader Muhammad Salim, Youth Leader Oliva Maria, Youth Leader Fadil, and myself. Speakers who use creative uses of language are Youth Leader Ahlan Zahra, Youth Leader Faiza Mehdi, Youth Leader Rida Amira. List of new expressions, new words used during the speech. Youth Leader Ahlan Zahra, Youth Leader Aban, Youth Leader Rida Amira, Youth Leader Aisha PCO. There wasn't any grammatical mistakes. A list of repetitions and broken sentences used by Youth Leader Ahlan Zahra, Youth Leader Afan Muhammad. I hope everyone will use the word lucid in your upcoming speeches. Thank you.
Thank you, Youth Leader Rida Fasmin, for your lucid job. As a general evaluator, I would like to share my observation on this wonderful session. Applicable terms are the word of the day was sticker in the podium. The meeting was held in the current time and the MP speakers were well prepared. I don't have any recommendation, but today I found something very exciting. Nobody used paper while speaking. Give a round of applause to yourself. Thank you, Vice President, for giving me this opportunity. And I wish all the best for all the speakers, all the youth leaders for the grand finale. Over to you, Youth Leader.
Constructive and encouraging evaluation segment. Please give a huge round of applause to our general evaluator and his dedicated team. Now I would request Manoj Uncle to come to the podium.
Good evening, youth leaders, parents, and guests. Well, we are on the verge of marking the end of this term's youth leadership program. With this as the last session where the youth leaders would be performing the assigned tasks, we have the last session, which you all know is the grand finale. which will be held on 27th of January, which is the next Friday. Yes,
Where it will be held?
I'm coming to it. What we have observed is that each of the youth leaders, you all have shown tremendous improvement when we look at the way you all were on the podium on day one and how you are or how you have been performing in this session. I have taken charge of the podium just for 20 minutes, so I will not extend too much of it, but few things which I would like to highlight here is that we will be having the grand finale at Kuli Restaurant. That is the venue. The timing would be a bit more earlier as to how we have been starting now. You know, we have been starting at sharp 4 o'clock. But the finale will start, or rather we would request all of you to be present by 2:30. Don't worry, we will not take much of your time. Why we wanted as 2:30 is because we also want to wind it up earlier. Today we are winding up somewhere around 8 o'clock. That day we are planning to wind up at least by 7:30 but then the duration of the session will be more just because we will have many more dignitaries for the program. Today we are like close to 50 people out here in this hall. For the finale we are expecting close to 120. And that will include all the senior members of this fraternity who would be coming and witnessing you perform on the stage. So when we talk about the performance, you must also understand that whether it is an international speech contest or evaluation contest or the table topics contest, there are certain judging criteria. We want each of you youth leader to understand how the judges would be marking, because it is not me or the members of Periyar Toastmasters Club who would be marking or who would be giving you marks. We have judges outside the club from the fraternity who have more than, I would say, probably 8 or 9 years or 10 years of experience in this, who have been part of this fraternity. They are masters in each of these segments and they will be judging your performance. This is to the parents as well. Please understand, although we say that it's a grand finale, this is just another platform where the youth leaders will be performing. Only thing is, here youth leaders have been evaluating their peers, but on that day it would be the senior Toastmasters who would be judging all the youth leaders. While I say that, let me also tell you that each youth leader will be assigned a task. We have already prepared a list that will also be shown to you now. We have around 9 or 10. See, you all are, the total strength is 28. We have kind of divided it equally among the 3 sessions, and each of you will have been assigned either international speech or evaluation or TT. Okay? Now, international speech would be same as how we have been performing here. Okay, you all will have a you all will prepare a particular you all will prepare your speech on a particular topic, and you will be presenting. Yes.
Will the presenting timing will be same?
Yeah. Yes. 5 to 7 minutes. There's no change in the times or the time allotted. Okay, but the modus operandi would be different, in the sense the mode of operation would be different. When I say that, the difference is only as far as the table topics and the evaluation is concerned. For the evaluation contest, there will be one speaker not among you, from outside. We will be bringing in one speaker. He or she would come, give the speech, and those who are part of the evaluation contest, each of you would be evaluating that speaker. You will be given certain time for that. After the speech, you are not allowed to write when the speaker is delivering the speech. Listen carefully. After that, you will be given certain time to write down the points. Okay? Say, yeah.
Means that we cannot write the points between the speech.
No,
like
you can.
First they can listen the speech.
Listen, yeah.
If they want to write, they can
They
write
can
that
write
time.
also. Okay.
And after the speech, we will give 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Then we can
After,
flash out to.
yeah. So after the speech is delivered, you will be given 5 minutes to note down all your points. Once that is done, say for example you are, say 7 or 8 of you are part of evaluation contest. Okay. There will be a lot taken, that I'll come to it now. There will be a lot taken as to what is the order in which each of you would be presenting. Okay. Except for the first evaluator, all others would be taken out of that room. Yes.
Will our notes be taken from us after the 5 minutes allotted to us, or can we carry them on the stage with us?
Yeah.
They can carry, right?
Evaluation time. Huh?
Evaluation.
And
Yeah.
you can use
carry.
that file. Yeah. What you want to do, you will give that evaluation sheet when we are going out from the hall. The Sandirams will keep up your file, and when your turn is up, we will give you that file.
You will be handed over. You cannot take it outside the room. Okay.
Your mobile phone, everything
Because
will be
this
there.
surgeon at arms again would be part someone, maybe 2 or 3 of us among our club members. Okay. So they will be collecting your whatever
Mobile
notes you have made.
Mobile phones and everything.
Everything will be collected.
No, mobile.
Okay. You will be taken to a different room, and then once your number is called, only you would be allowed inside. All others would be waiting. Right? Evaluator number 1 would be presenting the evaluation. Once that is done, evaluator number 2 would be called upon, and similarly number 3, 4, 5, like that.
And in between, no entry and exit.
No entry, no exit. Okay, no entry, no exit, no discussions, nothing. Anything of that sort, you are straight away disqualified. As we said, it is not we who would be doing it. There is a chief judge. He or she has already taken up the judges. We also don't know who are the judges. That is solely the chief judge's responsibility to select the judges from anywhere he or she wants. We ourselves don't know who are the judges. Okay? So anything that is found to be against those rules, you will be disqualified. So please make sure of all these things. And similarly, in case of table topics as well, the same pattern follows. There will be a lot taken, and the first speaker would be there. All others will be moved out. And remember, in table topics, there will be only one topic upon which each of the contestants would speak. Okay? There will be a topic given. That topic will be applicable to all the speakers. We'll see maybe 8 or 9 or 10 speakers. We'll have to see how many. But that will be there. And same as evaluation, all others would be taken out of the room. As soon as the number is called, you will come inside. Okay? Any doubts till now? Yes.
Is there a usual today?
No. Nothing. See, all your assignments, everything is done once this meeting is adjourned. There is no youth leader of the day. Rather, there will be a master of ceremony who has again been selected.
All the 28 youth leaders are
All
part
the
of the
20.
competition.
You will be doing only
competition.
you will be doing only either the speech or the evaluation or the table topics.
Yes.
No other assignment will be taken up by any of you, or rather, and no other assignment has been given to any of you. Okay? Yes.
So what do the winners get?
Let it be surprised.
Don't
Let the chief judge decide. Okay, I am not the one to decide. And to be very frank, even my responsibility comes to an end out here. Yeah.
Evaluation is both of which table topics and as
No. Evaluation contest means there will be one speaker who will come from outside, which again has been chosen by the chief judge. Okay. That test speaker would come here, speak for 5 or 7 minutes, the time allotted, and the evaluation contestants would evaluate only that speaker. As far as TT evaluation is concerned, the chief judge has already selected few judges to mark your thing.
And after each evaluation, they will be allowed 1 minute only. 1 minute.
Yes.
Within that, we will be ready for the
next time. So all those things, the sergeant at arms, the tally counters, everything will be either our members or from outside. Yeah.
Is there a specific theme to be followed for that day for the international speeches, or it can be any topic?
Any topic, you can select it. Yeah.
Okay, for table topics also same.
See, table topics, there will be only one topic.
How much time will be given to think?
Sorry?
How much time will be that you think about? Only
20, normally the practice is 20 seconds, we have the time to the getting it is 15 to 20 seconds, we have the time to think about
Yeah, see, it's like how you have been doing here.
But
You are
don't
given a
take much
topic.
time, don't take much time like 30
Yes.
seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
There
There will be negative. There will be a negative. So ideally, 15 seconds or maximum to maximum 20 seconds is what you get to think about the
That is the
topic.
forward practice.
But one thing, let me assure you all that whatever the topics would be chosen would be something that you all can speak about. It won't be a tough topic for you to attempt. Think about it, talk about it. Yes, Harshit.
Will there be any time green?
Yes, all those will be there. See, whatever protocols have been you have been seeing for the last 8 sessions, it will be same out there as well. Only difference is that it won't be you who would be doing it. It would be any of the senior Toastmasters who would be doing it. The timers, the sergeant at arms, everything. You only have to perform either of these 3 contests. Okay? Anything else?
Further any doubt comes also they can contact us. We will.
Yeah. You have 1 more week. Please feel free to contact us. Anytime, just drop a message. We'll reply to you. Okay? And having said that, no need to be tensed. You all have, that's why I said, from day 1, if you look at how you have performed today, there has been an amazingly and drastic improvement in each one of you. You all must be patting your own back for that, because that's the kind of effort you all have put in, and that's what has been seen here. We have not done anything here. We have just given you this podium to talk. You came here, you practiced, you found a topic, you did it. Correct? It's just that today you spoke out here, tomorrow you just have to go and stand on that podium and talk. That's all. There is absolutely no other difference in that. Okay? Don't be tensed. Do how you have been performing all this while. And yes, as we already heard from the workshop presenter, you are competing with your own self. You are not competing with anyone else. Okay? Because this is a platform to improve we as an individual. Alright? So, yeah. What?
Okay.
Battery is there. Battery goes.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. So, അവിടെ നോക്കിയാൽ AC ഒന്ന് നോക്കാം.
It's okay, right?
Yes, yes. You are not.
Okay.
So, okay now.
So, okay now. Let me get into the judging criteria for each of these categories. Are you able to read this? No.
So we can share to the group.
Okay, we will share it in the group.
Today itself we will share.
We will share these criteria in the group. Okay. But I'll just read it out for your convenience.
Oh my God.
കുറച്ചുകൂടെ വലുതാക്കണ്ടേ അത് സൂം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല.
Okay, I'll just read it. Okay, so basically, you know, anything will be marked out of 100. Okay, I hope all of you are seeing here. Yeah. So all the marks will be out of 100. How it is divided is, as far as international speech is concerned, content is 50 marks, delivery 30, and language 20. So when you prepare the speech, the content gives you 50 marks out of 100. How you deliver, that will give you 30 marks, and your language carries only 20 marks. Alright? So when you say the content of the speech, you might have, I know you all have already had the workshop on that, but it's basically how you develop your speech, the effectiveness, and the speech value. Okay, that is your thought process basically. So all these three includes the content part of it, which gives you 50 marks. As far as delivery is concerned, that is where we spoke about the stage, covering your stage, your voice modulation, your hand gestures, everything, and the enthusiasm, the mannerism that you display out here on the podium, that gives you 30 marks. And finally, the language. Just speak. You all have very good English language with you. Speak the way you have been. Don't use something that you cannot speak about. That is not going to give you any additional marks. Stick to your own language. Use proper grammatical good language. That will give you 20 marks. Okay? So the most important is the content, then the delivery, and then the language. That's how even the judges are going to mark you. Okay? Next. Yeah. Coming to evaluation, there is some question. Anybody? Any questions? No. Okay. So coming to the evaluation, again, it is divided. How the judges mark, that will be under 4 categories. The analytical quality. Okay. That means whether you have really focused on your speech. Or the speaker who comes and delivers the speech, whether you are properly focused on it. Then the recommendations. And the techniques that you have used for evaluation. So the quality, how you focus on the speech, your attentiveness gives you 40 marks there. The recommendations part gives you 30. The techniques, whether you're really motivating that speaker or you're coming up with some suggestions which is demotivating them. All those gives you a score of 15 marks. So you should be motivating the speaker, right? So that gives you 15 marks. And finally, how you sum it up. The evaluation, how you sum up the whole thing gives you another 15 marks, which totals to 100 points. Okay, there is nothing but you all have been doing this for the last 8 sessions. Okay, this is just the theory part of it. But any doubts? Okay, so clear? Are you clear with this? Yes. Okay. Coming to table topics, there are 5 categories. Okay, but basically, how we spoke about the international speech, it's content, delivery, and language. So again, in table topics again, how you develop your speech, the logical reasoning that we say, whether you are with the topic or against it, or how you are supporting it or not, and then your appearance, that is the development of the speech and the effectiveness, that gives you 55 marks. Your voice modulation, your stage, your physical presence, that is whether you're covering your stage, all those, and then how loudly you're speaking, the volume, that gives you another 30 marks. Okay, and finally, the appropriateness and the correctness, that comes as part of your language. So that gives you 15 marks, which again totals to 100. Okay, all this, as I said, you have been doing it, but don't worry about this theory when you look at it. Okay, because you have been covering all this in your regular sessions. So that's the reason I said it's don't think that is going to be a very big competition or anything. Be at yourself, how you have been performing here. Try to do better than that. Of course, that being the last session. Only thing is the venue is changed. Okay. So that we will share with you all these judging criteria in the group. You can always go through that and come back to us if in case you have any or you require any clarifications. So see, let me tell you before I show the names here. Let me tell you that the students have been listed based on how you all have been performing in the till today's session. Okay, believe me, I have prepared this list only after the evaluation of third TD session was done. Okay, so we have waited till there. We wanted to do it before, but then we thought, okay, let us look at this session and then we'll come back with the final list. Okay, so there are 9 international speech contestants who for the finale. Youth leader Rida Fasmin, youth leader Krishna Pramod, youth leader Ahla, youth leader Aina Anju, youth leader Gilbert, youth leader Roshan Shanawaz, youth leader Abdullah, youth leader Aisha, and finally youth leader Radin Mohammed. All of you, please prepare well for your international speech. You have those who read their names here, it's for them. Please prepare yourself well. Okay, is everyone able to see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll just read it out once more. Youth Leader Krishna Pramod, Youth Leader Rida Fasmin, Youth Leader Alam Zahra, Youth Leader Aina Anju, Youth Leader Gilbert Titus, Youth Leader Roshan Shanawaz, Youth Leader Abdullah, Youth Leader Aisha, and Youth Leader Radhi Mohammed. Coming to evaluations contest. Okay. Youth Leader Aban Mohammed, Youth Leader Afan Mohammed, Youth Leader Arvind Sinjo, Youth Leader Harshil Nishad, Youth Leader Hayat Harris, Youth Leader Mohammad Shalin, Youth Leader Abid Ansar, Youth Leader Fadi Rahman, Youth Leader Sadaf Parveen, and Youth Leader Mehak Fatima. They will be the ones who will be in the evaluation contest. They will be part of the evaluation contest. Okay? Clear?
Yes, sir.
So obviously the remaining would come under table topics. Okay? So Youth Leader Samar Shamir, Youth Leader Atika Mariam, Youth Leader Shadab Ansari, Youth Leader Saad Saudas, Youth Leader Varshan Senthil Raj, Youth Leader Olivia Maria, Youth Leader Rida Amira, Youth Leader Ryan Jafar, and Youth Leader Faiza Mary. I hope each of the youth leader has received one or the other task. Anyone who has not received? Yeah. Yeah.
And we will also post in the group, right?
Yeah, we will post this in the group. Okay. So,
all okay? All are okay?
All okay?
Yes.
Big round of applause to all the youth leaders. Now, one more thing. We said we will be taking a slot, right? Slot for as to who would be speaking first. Okay? For that, parents, for your attention as well, please please make yourself available for 26th evening 7:30 to 8:30. We will have a Zoom meeting. Okay? There is a pattern in which we have been taking the slots. It's not only for the youth leadership program, even for our club contests. Okay? Next Thursday, 26th January, 27th is our grand finale. So 26th evening, Thursday evening, 7:30 to 8:30.
Any doubt also they can ask.
It's not a physical meeting, it's an online meeting. It's an online meeting. Be present at your home. Please don't come here on Thursday. I mean, you can come here for the restaurant, but otherwise, please be available over Zoom. We will share the link on 25th, 24th or 25th. We will share the link with the exact timing. But please, I mean, taking the slot for all three contests will not take more than maybe half an hour. Okay? But why we have kept 1 hour is just to make sure that all of you, or rather each one of you, are very clear as to what has to be done. Okay?
So
Yes,
will
sir.
there be any one of the way?
Nothing will be there. Don't worry. Nothing will be there. You just have to.
Yes.
Yes.
Will there be a grand finale agenda?
Yeah. That is
Agenda, that is what we will do.
Immediately we will
Okay,
submit.
that will be rolled out. That will be provided in the group itself.
As soon as possible.
Yes. Give us a day or two, but we will not more than that. And before Sunday or before Sunday evening, we will roll out the agenda as well.
And all parents are allowed to. Yeah.
Yes, all parents are allowed or invited for the
It
grand
is
finale.
all of your shows also,
Yeah.
not for us.
Okay.
We all are doing.
So parents are very much welcome for that. And anything else?
But we don't know.
International speakers. Where are the international speakers? 1, 2. Take it, stand up. Name is Tariq. Abdullah, yes.
Two are not
Gilbert.
there. Two are not there.
Aina is not there.
And Roshan also not there.
Roshan also not. Acha, Roshan not there. Okay, so all the best to each one of you, and just go on to the stage, give your best performance, and let the judges have a tough time evaluating you guys.
And let them just table topic and evaluate. Let them
Yeah,
all the
sure.
table topic.
Let the, as far as internet, I mean, of course, all the 3 sessions, but let the judges have a real tough time to find out who the best speaker is. Yes.
For the international speeches, can we use slides, or like a PPT and all slides?
You can use, but normally that like, if you get distracted something like that, it will give you some tension and all.
See, what happens is there is no harm in using all those. Okay, we understand that you might want to use it to improve the effectiveness. Yeah. You can keep it as a backup. That's what I would suggest. But because in case if there is any technical issue coming up, that should not be a problem for you.
That will be an additional.
You can keep it as an addition. Okay.
They are okay to present the international speech they have already done.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can
that you have to write an entirely
you can present the same speech that you have presented here.
Mahla, listen. You can present the same speech
Please,
also.
everyone. International speech contestants, you can present the same speech what you have presented here if you want.
Because those who are the judges are outside. They never heard the speech.
They have not heard your speech. Okay, only we have heard. So you can, if required, you can deliver the same speech, or else if you want, if you think that you can make it better, if you want a new speech to make, it's entirely up to you.
But remember,
understand, you have 1 week's time.
Yes, that is more important.
And I believe you have your exams also, right? Okay. All right. And let me call upon let me request the evaluation contestants to please stand up. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 evaluation. And Arvind is also. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So there are 10 evaluation contestants. Let me again reiterate this, that you all will be evaluating the same speaker. Okay? And please keep yourself free for Thursday. Each one of you, not only evaluation contestants, we will have 3 different three different categories like international evaluation and TT, where we will be taking the slots separately. And those who are not available, by default we will put as number 1. Okay? Later on we cannot change it, because whatever we take that slot on that day, that will, of course, we will post it in the group as well, but that will be directly sent to the chief judge.
And chief judges are selected everybody.
Yeah. Yes.
Is it compulsory for the parents to be available? Or
Up to you.
can parents be there?
Up to you.
Your choice.
Your choice. Parents will only be there to see, you have to perform.
But we will not
So
attend.
you have to be there. Parents can of course join, because it's online. So parents can of course join, but otherwise youth leaders must be there.
And one more thing, Manoj, it is not feasible for us to bring so many friends also.
Yeah,
So,
of course. I mean, the hall
friends.
has a limited capacity.
Yeah.
Okay, 120 itself probably might be difficult, but I know 120 will be there. Okay, that's what we are expecting. Yes.
Will the test speaker be making mistakes on purpose so that we detect?
No.
No idea.
We don't.
As I said, we don't know who the test speaker is. Whether he or she makes a mistake, that will be, you will be fortunate enough to evaluate it. Okay?
So there will be Toastmasters or a senior.
No, senior youth leaders I'm not sure, but senior Toastmasters would be there.
No, the speaker.
That is,
Speaker,
that is, we don't actually.
We don't
that
know.
is
That's
our
what I
teacher-
said. I mean,
teacher.
we don't know because the judges, the test speaker, everything will be brought in by the chief judge.
Sadaf, it is a Toastmaster procedure actually.
That's a Toastmaster. I mean, that's part of one of the rules of the contest. You don't know who the test speaker is going to be.
You should be ready for to evaluate
Yeah.
any speeches.
Okay. Fine. Now let me request the table topics contestants to please stand up. Nine.
Correct. 9 plus 9 plus 10.
18.
10.
Okay, 28. So, all the best to each one of you, and we really hope that we have a fabulous evening on 27th. As we said, it's going to be an extended evening, not probably 4 hours or so. It could be like up to 5 hours. Depends, because there will be a lot of dignitaries coming up from the district, from the division. We have invited many of them, to be very frank, and of course your parents would be there. So all the best, do well. Please sit. All the best, do well, and any queries, any clarifications you require, please feel free to contact us.
Now they can
Probably
they can focus on their own competition area. They don't
Yeah.
want to focus all the
You don't
areas.
have to. You don't have to. You know what are the. No, you are part of which contest, right? You want to ask something? Aisha? No. Okay. You all know. Each one of you know which is the contest you would be part of. So you just have to prepare that. But in spite of that, if you have any clarifications, please call us or message us. Whichever way you want, whichever way you are comfortable, please do that. And make sure that you are fully, when you come on 27, you have absolutely no doubts on it.
Any mentoring required also we are hiring.
If you, yeah, of course. I mean, you have your mentors with you. If you want to go sit with the mentor, you're free to do that. Okay.
Yeah,
Any mentor.
If you are comfortable with us, you can come. You just
Because
ask which time is convenient.
say for example, any of the mentors is not, is not in station currently, you may please feel free to contact any of us. We'll be more than happy to accommodate you.
Okay. Anytime.
Okay, anytime, because
See,
that
this 1 week is exclusively for
Yeah.
them.
so that will call the end of this term's youth leadership program, and we want you, each one of you, to take out whatever maximum is possible. I know there's only one more session left, but please take whatever is possible with you when you leave the hall on 27th.
Good memories.
Okay? Thank you so much, and once again, all the best, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Manoj uncle. Now I request our board counter youth leader Gilbert Titus to come to the lectern and announce today's results. I also request our presiding officer and voluntary coordinator, Toastmaster Murali Rao, sir, to come to the podium.
President.
For the prepared speech, the first place goes to Rita Maira. second position, we have three winners. The first one is Ahalam Zara.
All three. Hello. Gilbert.
For the first table topic speaker goes to the third place goes to Faiza Meher.
Group photos.
For the table topic, the first winner goes to Gilbert Titus. For the second winner, the second place goes the second place goes to Harshil Nishan. For the third place, we have three winners: Aisha PCU, Ayan Arif, and Samar Shamim.
Samarkand. Gilbert. Table topic finished.
For the evaluation segment, first place goes to Aisha PCO. For the second place, we have two winners. First, Mehak Fatima, and second, Abel Ansar.
Okay, good.
The third place goes to Radin Mohammed.
Come together, come together. Yeah, all together. Share.
Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations to all the winners, all the leaders, and my dear assignments. Dear yoga leaders, it has been a real pleasure and
Silence.
it has been a real pleasure and privilege to be the youth leader of the day for our final meeting. I would like to thank all my assignees and all the good hearts which guided me and our team to achieve this. Over to you, Shani.
Good evening once again. I must say that I am shocked by how efficiently the meeting was carried forward. I also request all of you to clap for our youth leader of the day and her assignees. Today's session was lucid and bewitching, and all of your speeches were extravagant.
Silence.
This puts an end to my duties for this Periyar Toastmasters Club Youth Leadership Program, and I wish all of you a pleasant week. Over to you, Shivabhasan.
So amazed, right? So our around 4 months journey coming to an end with a grand finale. So now it is a time for our parents. Any parents want to speak? 1 minute each. So this is your last session. Harris. Come. This is the last chance.
Come.
Why you attended this 8th session? You don't want to speak anything? At least you can congratulate us only. Please. Come. Representation. Come. Kannan. Gilbert, your mother told this time she is going to speak. How are you feeling into this after the 8 sessions? Excellent. So, from me as a parent, I am very much privileged to be here. And silence. I was here from the day one. Almost every day I was here. I've been here. And I'm seeing your improvements daily basis. The day one,
I know how was Fadi, how was Ryan, how was Radin, my son, Aisha. You all did now excel, right? Faisal? Yes. Now you all did improve. So this is the platform you utilized the opportunity, and within the 8 session you got a good improvement. So congratulations, and I'm giving you best of luck for your next session, which is the grand finale. Be ready for the fight. You have to improve yourself, and you are fighting for your betterment, right? Thank you, and back to you.
This is the spirit, this is the energy we need. So, Gilbert and his mother. Gilda, right? Yes.
Respected Toastmasters, dear youth leaders, and parents, it's indeed an honor and privilege to stand in front of an august gathering and say some few words. Dr. George often says that communication and leadership help us to achieve our goals. These two skills, if rightly learned and practiced, to achieve our goals and improve relationship with all around us. As representative of parents, I salute Career Toastmaster Club for doing great OMP has attended, my son is improved lot, and Gilbert his activity improved and personality. I take this opportunity to thank all Toastmasters in general and mentors in particular for doing fabulous job. Once again to thank all of them. All children and learned a lot and enjoyed here also. These 2 months through the YLP platform. Thank you for all.
Thank you, Mom, for your sincere words. We are obliged. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Salahuddin. Harshit. Next, Isha. It's a table topics for you.
You know the effect of this Toastmasters at home. My son is only 6 years old, but the problem is, even if I am asking for something, he immediately starts. Respected. Education is totally changed. So I think it's not only in my case, even for others who is having younger children, everyone have this effect. Really, it's good, as it is mentioned, if someone have the day one records of the video and comparing their speeches now, that really shows a remarkable improvement in all the aspects. It's not only a matter of a public speaking training. Sometimes people misunderstand it's a public speaking training. No. As the word it says, it's a leadership training. And I have taken a commitment from you last week. What it was? Yeah, inshallah. Let's meet after 15 years and make all of us proud of you. That day. Okay? We want you to be the great leaders, the real youth leaders. Now we call it as the youth leaders, maybe we can say juniors, but that is the time where you demonstrate your real leadership skills, and we want the country wants to proud of you, to see you as the real leaders who transform the world. And thank you once again for the organizers, and let's have a really thrilling final, and it should be a tough competition. Means the judges should really feel the difficulty in selecting the winners. Give that kind of a performance. Okay? Best wishes to all of you. See you.
Thank you, Salahuddin, for that fantastic words. Now it's time to hear from our Harshit's father. Vishal, or mother. That is the spirit.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Actually, by profession, I am a teacher handling 11th and 12th, and daily standing in front of teenagers, I don't fear because I am confident about my subject. But standing here for public speaking, really I am shivering. So today, when my son said today if Shubha Sambal is giving an opportunity, you should take, and I'll be evaluating you. You have to cover the call. But I can't. I can't give a public speaking. I'm not a good speaker. And today your evaluator also said that, sorry, not your evaluator, your educator also said that he becomes nervous. So that is one good sentence that I liked. Even I am nervous, and all the human beings, I feel that they become nervous when they come on this type of stage. So being nervous is not a negative point, it's common. But you have to overcome when you come on this stage and when you take up your role. So be confident in what you are doing. And your mentors and the coordinators here in the Periyar Toastmaster have done a great job. Thank you, actually. Thank you and congratulations for this work. That's really amazing work. And I'm attending this Periyar group right from the beginning. And I'm seeing that many students have changed a lot. There is a lot of improvement in many students. Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, we are not agreeing your initial point. Definitely you are a public speaker. No doubt about it. So, Nishad, please.
Hi. Good evening. The future Toastmaster. You know why I am here today? Because of this guy. Because every day I told him, okay, you can make little word better. You do like this. Then he said, oh, if you are this much good, you show me. Now you can evaluate. You know, that is why I am here. And I am thinking about the generation. See, when I had my speech, I was studying in college. It is called pre-degree. It is that time there is a politics, college election. My father was very much involved in politics. So I asked one day, I need to make a speech in my college. Then he is a little bit busy. He looked at like this. Then he said, be confident. If you made a mistake, what will happen? It struck me. Then he said, mistakes, refine you, but don't make the mistake again and again. Then he said, he said, okay, before you making speech, if you are just communicate each and other, that will reduce your fearness, etc. So that only 3-4 words he given me. Then I uttered the speech because the college level we are doing these 3 speeches only just to get the attraction, and it is a political thing. And he said one more thing, stay on your subject. Like that. See, nowadays the parents
Silence.
Parents are involving our kids. See, they are dropping you, they are sitting here, and all the each speech and everything, they are supporting too much. So I just want to say this kind of situation, this opportunity, just use it and do not stop only for this, like this. You just continue. That's what I want to do. Opportunity, you have to find it and then just continue it. And we don't know these guys in future, they will make an autobiography and they will touch Shivadas and the Periyar team, supporters. We don't know, we cannot say anything in this game, what will happen. Anyway, thanks guys, thanks. and the effort of the Periyar team and each and everyone. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vishal, Periyar is warmly welcomes you. Thank you so much. And now let me call upon a lady. I always admire this lady. She is a teacher by profession, a Toastmaster, and loving mother. DTM Seema Shibu, please have 1 minute break.
Thank you, DTM Shiraz, for welcoming me. My dear fellow Toastmasters, Toastmaster DTM Manoj sir, DTM Harish sir, and my LP coordinators, and my dear loving youth leaders. Very good evening to you all.
Good evening.
I'm so happy and proud of standing in front of you. Actually, I couldn't get enough time to spend a long time with you anyway. In this moment, I'm so happy to stand in front of you. Long before I was joining this Toastmasters Club, I was so afraid and I was shivering a lot. But long journey of this Toastmastering made me a strong lady and a bold enough, and I got a good career in my life. So I promise you, you keep up what all things you learn from this platform in your life. It will helpful in your future. You become a good leaders, you have good personality, you can overcome all the obstacles in your life. You will get it, you can. Okay, so what all things you learn from this platform, keep in your mind. It's not end here. In next week, the grand finale is there, but it will not be end over there. It will continue in your life. So keep up the spirit in your life. Always keep up this greetings and the smiling faces, your boldness, your language. Every time you have to improve it. Okay, I wish you all the very best for your grand finale. Don't be sad about which all roles you get. If it is a professional speech or table topic or evaluation, doesn't matter. Okay, do your best. All the best for you.
Thank you, yes, absolutely. It is just a beginning. Moving on, let me call upon our own area director, DTM Shibu.
Thank you, Shivasengil, for this great opportunity. First of all, I would like to the entire team of Periyar Toastmasters Club for transforming each one of you from the day 1 to the day 8. Am I right? Yes. So, I would say it's a great opportunity to all of you because in all age, you have not even heard about youth leadership program. So you guys are really lucky, and at this age, especially this age, it is very useful for you to speak to someone, express your ideas, because all these things, whatever have been learned from this platform, definitely it will help not only today, tomorrow, but in your future lives. Because the one example, let me share with you, my daughter now, she is doing MBBS in Poland. She was done here by LP in 2017. So this leadership program, how it is helpful for her. Actually after that, she never involved in such events. Mostly because, as you know, due to the higher classes and all. But when she is there, in the medical school, their professors, they ask to speak about the classes, the end of each sessions. So she has been called, every time. Because why? Because she has no fear to speak with someone. This is only she get from this platform where we provide. Whatever it is, is just a namesake. That is not an end. It is a new beginning. Try your best and spend your time to this whatever you have been taught from this platform. Do it properly. Definitely you will be a great personality. And I wish all the very best to you, each one of you. And what Ma'am Siva said is right. Whatever the interaction speeches, you are evaluator, you are TT speaker, doesn't matter, because the world needs each one of you. So thank you very much once again. Back to you.
Absolutely true. Whatever opportunity comes to us, we have to utilize it. Now let me call upon a proud parent of two youth leaders. Youth leader Vedanta and youth leader Vamika. Toastmaster Vikrant, just come to the stage and share your experience.
Thank you for the
Good evening, everyone. Myself Vikrant Kumar, as he said, I am the father of Vedanta and Vamika, and one of luckiest father, because I joined, my children joined this Periyar Youth Leadership Program before you guys, and I am also inspired, and inspired by them, and then also I joined this Periyar Toastmasters Club, and I would like to say only one thing here, which is really giving me a lot of emotions and good feelings. Last week, 15 days back, I was in one of the meditation sessions and almost 25 people was there, and whenever I was just informed them that recently I joined Periyar Toastmaster Club. Many of them, they only said only one thing, you know what, you will be really feel proud that the Periyar Toastmaster Club is the best club in Jubail India. And once I heard this, then I felt really I'm very proud, and then I decided whatever I will have my routine job, but I will left it, and whatever the opportunity I will have from Periyar Toastmaster Club, I will join and I will support wherever required. So really, all of you are very lucky to join this program, and definitely it will improve your leadership quality, communication skills, and you will feel change in yourself. Once you will go to your school and you will talk to your other friends, then you will see and visualize again yourself, and it is one of the biggest milestone in your childhood life. You will recall whenever somebody will become Google CEO, somebody will become Facebook CEO, definitely you will recall it, and you will recall me as well that I said this, that the Periyar Toastmasters Club is adding a lot of value to our Jubail children. Thank you very much to Periyar Toastmasters.
Thank you so much. We are also proud of you. You are part of Periyar Toastmasters Club. Now moving on. There is last Toastmaster Club assistant coordinator was there. We didn't call him. Toastmasters Abu leaders, please. 1 minute.
Good evening, leaders. Good evening.
Good evening.
No power. Good evening. I'm so proud to be the part of Periyar Toastmasters and the part of YLP 2023. So from the day one till today, I have noticed a lot of changes. We noticed that a lot of changes happen, you people. So my request is that the next week is our grand finale. That is our great day. We want to showcase a great day in front of audience. Are you ready to show? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready to rock the show? Yes. Yes. For that, what you should do? Prepare well, practice well, and more than that, you go to your mentors and get advice and tips how to perform in the stage.
All the very best. Thank you. See you next week. Thank you, Master Sabu Clinton. And next time, we wish you should be the chief coordinator. And let me move on. Let me call upon Narayana Menon, who is the recent entry to Periyar Toastmasters System. Come on.
Good evening, all of you. I would like to say that I came. I was here for this program on the first day, and I'm seeing a lot of. Today is the final day. I'm seeing a lot of improvements in you, and it was a great opportunity, and. All the best to all of you for the finals, and that's it.
Thank you, Toastmaster Narayanan. Now, last but not least, let me call upon Toastmaster Manosi Nair, because he created history in last YLP. Just 1 minute.
We have already discussed many things here. I personally believe that you all can make it happen in your future. How you want to develop yourself in your future will be decided today. You have the time today, you can decide how you want to develop yourself. You have to continue the journey, not only up to the grand finale, but further in your life. That's why the request or advice, whatever you can consider. Okay, and you are all potential leaders, and I am sure one day you will all become known to others as well as to the world. All the best to all of you, all the best to the grand finale.
So that's all, and see you all on next Friday. We all are eagerly looking forward, and we all are eagerly waiting for. So there is a saying here, dear youth leaders, if hard work beats talent, if talent doesn't work out. With that, I adjourn the meeting. We will have a group photograph, and delicious dinner is waiting for you.
Okay. Smile, please. Everyone.
Yeah, I can show. Yeah, show whatever you look here, Abdullah. Yes, in between you. Okay.